by all accounts, on every side around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the absentness, daily practices, rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work.
All right, my friends, here we are. It is very early in the morning, but I made it. David, unfortunately, did not. I was expecting to come in here and have David already streaming, but that man says his health is fading. So that's where we are with that, my friends. This has been a fun event to cover. You know, I've known Sam since he was a kid. I never believed in him. There it is. You know, I'm honest about my mistakes. I never believed in the kid, dude. But here he is, crushing. You could say it's not his best event ever so far because he once won the U.S. Championship. But, you know, it's getting there. It's getting there. Also, in terms of a story of a dude making a comeback, to me, it's just an amazing story. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up the dojo database, and we're going to look at this. My assessment of Dubov at the moment is that the dude is not really actively studying chess too much. And in his interview with Prague, it really seemed like he wasn't, he wasn't all in on chess. And sometimes for chess players, that's kind of a good thing. You need a little break. But in terms of like weird opening stuff, maybe not the best. So, castles, bishop e7, rook e1. You know, this has been seen so many times, it can be mind-blowing. So now b5, bishop b3. Castles, threatening the Marshall Gambit. Here, we'll put it up here too. So a4, castles, threatening the Marshall Gambit. And this is the anti-Marshall thing. Okay, millions of moves. My sense is that this has always kind of been equal, But here we go. Bishop b7, d3, d6. And now knight a3 is a much less common move, okay? So Sam plays knight a3. This has been played just 3 times. Everything's been played more than knight a3. Knight bd2, knight c3, c3, bishop d2, h3, bishop g5, which is known to be just a chump move. ab5, which makes no sense to me, has been played 11 times. And knight a3 has been played only 3 times. Now, I can tell you why this move hasn't been played. This move, it looks like your knight is going to be lost. Okay? Your knight is going to be lost, and you are not even threatening AB5. Bruv, you're not even threatening AB5. So it looks god awful. Okay, it looks god awful. Sam, though, is one of the most prepped people in the world. And so I'm sure he has his ideas. From Black's perspective, though, this novelty. So what? Okay, actually, let me just see if anybody good played it. If it was just like some blitz games played by some chumps, then I don't think it counts. And that's kind of the case. We got a dude. Well, we got a couple 2400s playing. Let me just check if these are blitz games or whatever. Okay, we have an IM playing it back in 2012, and Black played knight a5. Okay, so if I could put it into words, but let me try to put it into words what's going on. So if I put this into words, in this position here, go back to here. There are a couple controversies happening. First of all, this knight always needs to improve itself. And this bishop, it's unclear if it really wants to be on b7. For one, it's hitting a rock, and two, it really wants to talk to all of these light squares, all of them. Okay. From White's perspective, the biggest problem is our knight, and just how hard it is to really do something to Black. That's the other thing. The knight is our grief. So generally, for that reason, we spend a gazillion tempi turning the chump into a hero by this kind of maneuver. Okay. Knight a3, as I said, looks terrible because you might not get into the game at all. You might not get into the game at all. Now, Sam is going to have his own ideas. And this is going to be an example of a computer-driven move, because Black can do a lot of different things here, and we're going to need an idea now to fix our knight, because now our knight is now actually just a terrible piece. Again, it's not threatening because the AB, you can't play knight b5. Okay. Boss, I can hear you, but super low. What about now, buddy? What about now? Okay. Noah Gordon says knight a3, beautiful. Again, I haven't turned it on. And one of the things about not turning it on is I want to be in Dubov's shoes here for a second. And one of the things I was saying before is I was like, oh, this dude is not really preparing in the same way he used to. And Dubov's comeback story is also real. The dude used to be 2740 or something. I think Sam might have made it to 2720. Both of these guys fell down. Sam had some health grief. I think Dubov just became less interested in chess too. Right? In any case, however conversant he was with opening theory, the guy wouldn't have known about knight a3 anyway. Because no one was talking about knight a3. Okay, let's talk about knight a3. So it doesn't threaten anything, but one of the things it does is it freezes Black to a certain extent. So if you play knight a5, like in the game with the IM that I just noted, then White is threatening AB. And if you ever play b4, then my knight's in. Okay, in like Flynn. So that's the first thing. It's preventing Black. It's not preventing, but it's hoping that Black does something, moves, so that my knight gets active. So it's like we're saying, you know what? I think you just need, we want him to make maybe a dumb move. Like, let's say Let's say we got him to play queen d7. Maybe then we'd play bishop d2. By the way, another move would be c3, intending knight c2. And notice if we got to c2, we'd be doing things like this. So that's something that black doesn't know either. The queen on d7. I don't know about queen d7. Now, a very frisky move for black would be to play d5 and gambit the pawn Marshall style. All right? And I don't know what black should do, bishop f6, but even this looks plausible. This looks plausible. Because the knight is terrible on a3. Okay, so this is another variation that black can consider after knight a3. So I think there are a couple ways maybe of categorizing black's responses. He can make a calm building move, like h6. That's the kind of thing the computer sometimes loves to do. I don't like rook e8, but that could be a thing. And if knight g5, we'll just say, well, the knight's misplaced, I'll go back. And another idea that I don't really like, but I can imagine it being a computer-driven thing, is in addition to c3, in some positions I might play c4, maybe with ab first. I don't know. It gives me the heebies. It gives me the heebies to even think about playing c4, because then after b4, our bishop is truly dead. Okay, queen d7. So I'm not going to say I was a GM today, but that did feel like if I was just gonna make a move, that was my first instinct. So now we're gonna see Sam's intention. Sam plays instantly, dude. He plays that damn move that I was hoping he wouldn't do. All right, here we go, c4. Now, I want to say I'm rarely tempted in the dojo streams to look at a computer. I'm a little bit now, just to see it through Sam's eyes, but I'm not going to do it. In any case, it's clear that Sam has looked at precisely this thing with a computer. All right. So if I was black and I was just playing blitz, pretty sure I would go b4, knight c2, and now maybe the first trick is that on knight a5, maybe I can take the pawn. If I can't take the pawn, it's no bueno, let's put it that way. I am very suspect that I can take this pawn, though. The suspect is, yeah, the suspect is on the loose. Let's just play this through a second. So, rook b8 or bishop e4 followed by rook b8. I don't know. Hold on, let's go back here for a second. Well, but first, let's just get to the controversy, Skebix. Let's get to the controversy. With knight a3, we arguably killed our knight. With c4, it really looks like we've killed our bishop. Now, if you slow played me, Skebix, like A with a5, maybe I'd just play knight e3. And see, I have fixed the knight. And maybe this points to the intention on knight a5 as well. Maybe I'm just going to play knight e3. claim I got a little something something, and that when you take, you're going to have to give me a tempo with a5. And here I'm going to make a claim about, now that all my pawns are on light squares, that my bishop on c1 is a beast. And to me, it just looks like a mess, but maybe for Sam's computer, it could mean, he could like it. One of the things me and David definitely observed with Sam's other games is he's playing super fast and that he's incredibly well prepared. The one game he won against Rapport, he wasn't prepared, and Rapport was the one who was prepared. Okay, let's say a couple other things. If Dubov does not push b4, then I think it's fair to say that white has an advantage. Because we'll take, and then our bishop will be open, and yada, yada. So regardless of what Dubov does after b4, I think he needs to play b4. All right, let's see what we got. We got to move. Knight a5. Well, you're wrong. You're not a GM today, buddy. You're not a GM today. So a little surprising this came so fast. And, all right, question number one. Why can't what's going on at C takes? So it's maybe an exclam, especially from a practical point of view. A takes b5, because it's claiming that he's going to take this thing and let him take the thing and have counterplay on the queen side. But Sam plays instantly. Now c takes b5. Let's just say if you were not prepared, this would be, if you were just sitting there on the chessboard, this would be the first thing you're looking at. And then I'm assuming that something like this, he's saying he's got play. And honestly, it kind of looks like he's got play. Bishop c6 next or something. I'm not even sure about that, by the way. I want to stress, but we're going to keep up with the game. Knight a5, ab5. He steals the bishop. And conceivably, Sam had this position even in his prep. Now, if you're just what we call a classical chess player, you would say, okay, I think black has compensation. All right, I'm going to take a potty break because it's early in the morning. I just had my coffee. I know you wanted to know that. I'm coming back with All right, so Sam is evil, dude. Sometimes he was moving so fast in the last couple of games that we were like, is he really in prep? And well, also there were definitely situations he wasn't in prep that he was playing super fast. So I feel this is prep, but I just want to stress he is doing I feel, a deliberate strategy to play Arjun Erigaisi style, even more aggressive than Arjun Erigaisi style, where he really wants to make his moves quickly and with the intention of putting his opponent under that nasty psychological feeling of, you're just getting pushed. Now, I hope dojors aren't seeing this, because in the lower cohorts, we're really having trouble with people just moving way too fast, and then Sam's modeling a bad example. Okay, Sam? You're hurting the dojo here, buddy. This is a very tender moment for Black. I believe in the position for him, but it's a tender moment. Uh-oh, Skabik says something interesting. He wants Sam to win this game because Dubov gave some disrespectful interviews toward Prague. Well, Dubov, it's interesting, man. I think it's even interesting. Okay, so let me put what Skabik says in the comments, and then we'll maybe put it in a broader context. This guy studies 20 hours a day and can't even beat me. First of all, he studies 20 hours a day, and he's gonna be in the candidates tournament, has a chance. And if Dubov makes it to the tournament, which we're gonna find out, I don't know if he really would have a chance. So there's that. But next is, I think there's got to be some Russian resentment to the new Indian school, which is honestly studying like the Soviets used to do. The Soviets used to study, oh my God, dude. If you wanted to be a GM, you had to study like crazy. Was it as disciplined as the Indians? You could argue it wasn't. But it was still, a thing where, you did training camps all the time. And now that the Russians have completely fallen off the map, actually, I shouldn't say completely fallen. There's 3 sub 2,700 players for Russia playing right now in this tournament. I might get the ratings wrong, but I think that's where we are. In any case, we don't even have a Russian in the top 20 anymore. And we got all these Indian kids, and they're crushing it, and they're doing it with hard work, amongst other things. And it's got to feel like, hey, what about me, man? What about me? Yeah, effort versus talent. That's exactly what I said. Yeah, so we're on the same page there, Skeptics. Okay. Someone says the sound is very low, and I'm confused. It's right in my face. And then sometimes people say the sound is low, and sometimes they don't. All right, I'm going to listen to myself just for a second on the Twitch and see what happens. I'm going to listen to myself just for a second on the Twitch and see what happens. I'm going to listen to myself. Sweet Blue says it's fine. Sweet Blue says, Soren BT says it's fine. The Tebow says the sound is fine. Now, let's get back to this game. Although I think the comments and all that stuff is great drama. One more thing about the comments, just from a chess perspective. So Dubov made a draw with white against Prague. and with the intention of just breaking it to the tie breaks. That was also Grishuk's MO years ago when Grishuk was crushing this tournament. Just to like, let's go to the tie breaks. So we can just imagine with this little match we have going on today, if Dubov holds today, then we can imagine a situation where he just basically, says screw it, because Sam's so well prepared in the same way Prague was well prepared, right? You could say screw it. Yeah. Also, it speaks to the fact that Dubov is not doing chess the way he used to do chess. Like, if you think about the amount of study he did to do like his Dubov Tarrasch thing, that was a lot of computer work. So, it's not like the guy himself has never done any work. He was on Magnus's team because he had been a computer junkie, studying all kinds of weird opening ideas, right? Okay, Thibaut asks, let's go back to the position. Should Dubov go rook f8, bishop a6 here? How is white supposed to deal with that? All right, before we get into it, I'm going to just get into my relaxed pose here. I'm going to bring this in close so the people can't accuse me of being too low. Regardless of what happens here, we're going to say this is an example of the kind of position that back in the day, we would have said white has something like a small to clear advantage because of the extra pawn. Now, from my experience with the computer and how the computer has influenced how we see these kinds of positions, with the two bishops, we're often seeing a situation where the computer is just like, black is completely fine. Now, we have a move, but I was going to finish the thought. A great example would be round 1 of Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, it's Nepo versus Carlsen. Carlsen had black. It was also an e4, e5 position. And he just sacked the pawn to get to two bishops. And, he was fine. And it wasn't like there was some kind of concrete variation. It was just like, long term, the bishops are going to be fine. Okay. Dubov goes for it, thinks for 10 minutes, and plays d5. Holy moly. And maybe this is a good move. So, a couple things. The pawn on b5, if black doesn't play c6, which was definitely like one of the ways to play, like rook fb8, c6, open it up. If he doesn't play c6, then the pawn on b5 is not doing anything in the immediate future. It's not like it's that great of an asset. Okay. Black, on the other hand, would really like to open the position. So whilst this is going to be very hectic and hairy, the basics of it are, if you take on e5, then you will not be able to keep the pawn on e4 on the board. That's, I think, going to be the claim. We're going to see. I think it's going to be more complicated than all that, but that's the claim. All right, so first things first. If ED, it seems like bishop d5 is a pain in the butt, that I don't want to have that. So let's look at knight e5. It makes a big difference of where the queen moves. If queen d6, you have to contend with knight f7. Rook f7, e5. Maybe you're a genius today with queen e6, and this is pinned. Okay, So maybe we're already seeing a little bit of a tactical nuance with what's the idea of knight e5. A lot of people might stop their mind, but here he finds queen e6. Okay, I think that's one of the things he found. He was like, I got to open the position. So he starts calculating and finds something like that. Now, by the way, it's not clear yet. Like knight e5. Here, I also have bishop f4. I also have the retreat. You know, there's a lot of things to think about here. Even knight c6. Even knight c6, why not? Bishop takes, and now pawn takes, or e5. Well, that looks good. So to me, that's actually a very encouraging sign here, is that actually I have knight c6 on all of these things. I then can get rid of his asset. And honestly, we're going to then trade. We're going to say, well, my extra pawn is no longer the b pawn, it's the e pawn. So I want to just say, for my first take on this d5 move, it is not correctamundo. By the way, one of my first thoughts, and maybe if you're going to play d5, I think you should have considered playing it here. I think this would have been a far more interesting place to go for it with d5. Completely different dynamic, but I'm just saying here I don't get it yet. And Sam's thinking, which, you know what that tells us? That tells us that the computer didn't want to play d5. Okay, Thibaut has an interesting variation. He's saying, okay, instead of queen d6, how about queen e6? Totally reasonable thing to say. But what I'm seeing is, as a default for white, wouldn't white just be better after knight c6? Right? You can get a pawn back, but I'm going to get your bishop, and I'm going to have an extra pawn. Looks, so Thibaut, there might be other things for white besides that, but that's definitely. I'm just looking at it like, well, that's a clear advantage. I feel like I might be missing something because this seems kind of basic to me. Skeptics doesn't like the queen on e6. All right, first of all, good news. Good news. Sam is thinking. Sometimes Sam really liked to rip it off. So the computer would tell us that this was a blunder. I'm so happy we're not looking at that thing, because here it's like I gotta be in Sam's shoes. He's like, I don't know. He doesn't know if it's a blunder. To me, it just makes our, like, by the way, maybe we're conceivably much better in this position. But after d5, to me, it's looking like we're definitely better. And Sam plays knight e5 in 6 minutes. Skevix is talking about gluing the knight with d4, and we could, but I don't want to lose this pawn. All right, first real question. So the way I think I would approach this position is I would say, okay, I don't understand Black's idea. I don't. Seems like he's blundered, and bare minimum, whatever he does, I always have knight c6. Maybe I'll play Skevix's d4 or something. I'll think about it. But we're just going to boldly take on e5 and say, at minimum, I always have knight c6. And let's just say it's a very bad news for Black that he's thinking, if he thinks long, I mean, if he thinks for like a minute, whatever. But if he thinks forever, it's like he missed something. Yeah, I don't know, man. It don't look good. It don't look good for our boy. Before d5, I felt like black might have had reasonable compensation just with the two bishops. But now I don't know. I think at the minimum, white's got to be better. All right, let's talk about the position. Just try to imagine like what white's problems are. Queen e6 play. We do owe black a tempo, so we got to do something with this guy someday. We cannot, by the way, I don't think, play bishop f4 because of knight h5. Okay. We also this guy's still pinned, so we really need the tempo with the bishop. So if black has some kind of tricks, it's going to be involving the fact that we owe him a tempo. All right. Now, let me first check myself and ask, is it true that I am significantly better after knight c6? It's very satisfying to play the move, honestly, because it's like, well, buddy, you need to take my knight and get rid of your asset. And now you're just down a pawn, buddy. Now, maybe I don't know. I got a lot of moves. I got bishop f4. I got bishop g5. This just looks like I'm, well, Craig, just be a little careful here. I got queen c2. What a weird move, but I do have that move. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. Sam's thinking about it. There might be some world where we play knight f3, de, queen e6, f e6, knight g5, but I don't really see that yet because of ed3. Skebix is talking about ed5. And that might be playable. Yeah, okay. I'm sure Sam's one of the moves Sam's looking at. The reason we might not do it is that now with knight c6 I contain the bishop. But here after bishop d5, the bishop's angry. It's a very angry piece. And here I feel maybe black has good compensation. Knight f3. Okay. Quickly played. That was too quick for me. Sam, that was too quick for me, man. This was like, it's like game of your life, buddy. You need to spend a little time, bro. Okay. So, we're going to say obvious question. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the queen on. You got to take the thing. Now, one way to play the position would just be like to say, I'll just take this thing. Okay, but let's just count them for a second, right? Even this basic move, I was looking at knight g5. We might come back to knight g5. This basic move, I am still up a pawn, and I have the pawn weakness. And if bishop e4, knight g5 looks just very promising. If knight e4, maybe I play some basic move like bishop e3 and say I'm just better. There might be other moves, of course. Okay, so if I'm going to think about this knight f3 decision that was made so quickly. Knight c6 looked good. The advantages of knight f3 are that it seems like it forces the queen trade into a position where we are going to be having the isolated pawn on e6. I assume he took de4, right? Isolated pawn on e6 and the extra pawn. Black's claim is going to be, though, that his bishops will be strong. And as I said, I was a little concerned. I was like, well, if black has compensation, then it's going to be those bishops. So that's why I was like, well, let's get rid of the bishops. Now, here we do get rid of the queen. The F file does open, too. Okay. So Sam's thinking half a second. I think you got to take that thing. If he doesn't take them, we're really into murky waters. Skeptic says, I still like ed5, bishop d5, queen c3. At some point, my queen would have had to leave the b file with those rooks on the a and b. Well, one of the interesting things, too, about this decision, let's look at Skeptic's move, is that Sam had so many choices, right? I'm assuming like bishop d6 or something, followed by queen f5. Maybe some compensation. I'm going to stress I don't know. Okay, so de4 is our position. I'm surprised Sam's thinking of this one. He might be in the potty. Hold on, let me go. I have the beautiful feed up. We'll just take a look at this thing here. Yeah, he's away from the board. That's why Sam's thinking, dude. He's thinking because he's away from the board. He's on the pot. Otherwise, yeah, Sam would never take. I mean, he doesn't think anyway. Modeling bad dojo behavior. Drew Clark says he's already missing the knight c6 idea. I think I'm okay with what Sam did. You know, I'm a boring player. You know, on knight c6, I'm like, I'm just shutting him down. I'm shutting this fool down. Okay, so here we go. Sam has returned to the board, queen e6. And let's go over here. I'm just watching the live feed. Dubov is still away. A little potty break over there. Usually at these tournaments, by the way, you can sit away from the board and kind of look at a screen of your board. So that's sometimes something that people do, having a sip of coffee or whatever. Don't even say coffee, or else I have to go get some more because it's so delicious. Isn't this time trouble management from Sam? No, I don't think so. The way he's been playing has been this very aggressive pushing of the opponent. It does manage your time pressure, like you have more time. All right, we're going to see it. We're expecting DE4 now. I'm watching the live feed here. Knight G5 was the other thing I briefly considered earlier, but no, that's dumb. DE4. Okay. Okay, so now this looks just like a nasty endgame for black. That's what it looks like. And he's got knight, that bishop e4 looks horrendous due to knight g5. And so knight e4, we're going to guess knight e4. Okay, so if we were going to make an argument for black, why black is maybe alive here, it's that the unopposed bishop is really powerful, and one of the things it does is it controls the e4 square, which is a little bit hard to crack for white. Notice that the knight can't move because of this guy here. All right, knight e4 played. I'm a GM today. So if I was black, I don't know if I'd believe in it, though, because let's say I play bishop e3. What am I really going to do? I think, like one thing I would want to do is maybe play bishop d6 so that I could guard this pawn. However, once I play bishop e3, I'm ready to play knight c4. So let me stress, bishop e3 is a little bit maybe of a cry weenie move. Maybe the way Sam would be like, yeah, you play knight c6 and you're a weenie with bishop e3. You're a weenie maybe because you got this interesting pressure on the knight that maybe you could do something with tactically. Okay. However, I want to stress, I always want to stress, after bishop e3, I am seeing a clear advantage for white after bishop e3. Bishop e3, I'm a GM today. So this is what we're talking about, Sam moving pretty quick, because I think other players rightly would take a moment and be like, okay, bishop e3, I got a great position, like Christ says, but maybe I got some tactical something that I might be able to do something with. Now, Dubov, I gotta say, his new mustache look, it's interesting. It's like he went from a child, he's a small dude, to a pirate. He's looking a little bit like a pirate. It's a good look, the pirate look. Maybe Sam needs something like that. He needs a little pirate action going on. Dubov, by the way, he doesn't look it, but he is extremely fit and can do a gazillion pull-ups. Okay. Bishop f6 is a thought for black, but I don't see what's going on after knight d4. And let's actually talk briefly about that. So black has the edge on the light squares. We have the edge on the dark squares. Okay? So imagine bishop f6, knight d4. You're not cracking d4. In the same way that I can't easily crack e4. One of the dark squares I'm most interested in is this bad boy right here. I would love to crack that fool. Another one I'm interested in is this one. At some point, I might just play b6. Yeah, let's play b6. Another two I'm interested in, of course, are these two, where I might come with a knight. And it's this knight who really might want to hop on in. And he might go to the c6 square finally anyway. Also, if we get here, we're going to be threatening something like this. So I think this is already a difficult ending for black. By the way, on bishop f6, I could also play bishop d4. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Actually, that's the kind of thing you got to be careful. Like, maybe he's got some wild knight d2 or knight g5 thing, and then maybe I regret my move. In any case, knight d4 would be the default option on bishop f6. So, my friends, let's just summarize the opening. I think Sam has done great. If I was going to give a computer eval style to this thing, I would, well, first, my human eval would be like clear advantage. So, something like 0.8. And from a classic point of view, we would say black has two weaknesses. One, he's down a pawn. Two, this thing. And black's only counter argument is that he's got the bishops. So, really amazing position for Sam. Do you think the GMs lose out by spending time away from the board? Sometimes. Sometimes. I have suffered from peanut bladder. I have suffered from peanut bladder in the past, and you gotta sometimes, you get nervous. You gotta go. I know other players suffer from that. Mr. Proust has the best bladder in the business, so his bladder rating is like dude. His bladder rating is enormous. You don't want to mess with that dude's bladder, man. But a lot of times it's nice to walk and just kind of clear your head for a second. And as I mentioned, at these tournaments, you can sit on a couch and watch the game from there on a screen. One idea that I just had for black that was kind of interesting is maybe we could try to organize rook a4 to b4. Let's look at this move. This is the first move that's crossed my mind, or I'm like, okay, maybe black can try to save this game. There's problems with this move, though. Like, let's say I go check to the pawn. Now I'm getting this square. If bishop d6, which is natural, I have a couple different tries here. It should be noted, though, that if knight c4, rook b4, black probably, well, for a second I was like, maybe he saved himself, but we're not done yet. b6, bishop d5. Holy moly. Holy cannolis, Batman. You can see it's pretty... so maybe he saved himself in this example, right? Okay, so before I go down the dark rabbit hole of rook a4, I just want to see if there's any other ideas for black. On rook a4, we also have rook fc1. And I do want to say that white has at least two concrete ideas that black has to watch out for. He's got knight d4, simple move. I might play my knight c6. He has got rook ac1, rook fc1. And then if you defend bishop d6, my knight c4 is going to want to take that bishop. Now maybe you could tell a story where he's like, okay, I'll put my bishop here, but if you go take it, I'll recapture this way, and I'll say your extra pawn is kind of redundant, right? So you got two of them. Congratulations. Congratulations, buddy. That could be a thought for black. JPK says he's got loads of chessable courses from Sam. Patrick Daly asks, bishop b4 to play c5 and claim the b pawns aren't going anywhere. Now, if black ever plays c5, by the way, that's a good example of just a position to think about. White will have the advantage, and we're going to call that like a very technical advantage at that point, because then white has to use every tempo to really push him back, and black will always have potential for active play with the bishops. And maybe, and that's the kind of thing my earlier knight c6 would have been my judgment call. By the way, at the end of this game, I will look with the computer. And part of the joy, the fun, is just to test my assumptions, about what was the right move and all that kind of stuff. I can well imagine that this is the right move, but you can just also see, like, well, Cry is worried about that bishop and some kind of active play happening later. Drew says, for these guys, the position is pretty glued into their heads. They can evaluate without the computer. I don't know what you mean without the computer. I mean, we're always without the computer when we're sitting there at the board. You know? Yeah, black. So, remember we were talking about Sam pushing with the clock. Like, part of the ideal of the Arjun Aragaisi method is, while Daniel is thinking forever on this move, that we are very actively sitting at the board trying to map out exactly what the guy's going to do. So, for example, if we come up with the idea that Rook A4 is the main contender, then we spend like some really good time trying to figure out what our variation is after that. And then, dude, when he does it, bam, we nail him with it. Oh, in the case of walking around, yeah. So he's just talking about having a board inside your head. And Eric Icy, dude, he's sitting at the board and he's not even looking at the board. He's just looking up into space. All right, we got to move. What do we got? After 9 minutes, we got bishop d5. Okay. So let's think about this. Bishop d5 does some obviously good things. It protects e6. It takes away c4 from our poor knight. It does not, however, threaten anything. So it gives us the move to do whatever it is we want. Okay. All right, good. Let's talk about plans. The knight, bishop d5, is really trying to persecute this poor knight. And one of the things we'll say about the knight is that whenever he moves, then the b5 pawn becomes weak. It's also true that at some point in the near future after bishop b5, well, let's just say, perhaps right now, black can say, well, actually, I do have a threat. My threat is to play rook over, smack this guy, and then win the pawn. Say that's my threat. Okay. If I play knight d4, it's hard to imagine you ever taking the pawn, though. So, basic building move with knight d4 has got to be one of the candidates. Okay. I think the intention, though, there could be he could try to ghost my knight. So then if I land on c6, I'm no longer blocking in the bishop, and he'll just play bishop d6 and say, what? Like that. Knight d4, no. I was going to say it arguably prevents rook fb8, but he just played rook fb8, knight c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, and wins our coconut down here. All right, Sam, it's time to think, buddy. Okay, obvious other moves besides knight d4 are either rook to c1. with both of those moves, I believe black's intention is going to be to play bishop d6. So whichever one we choose, we need an idea after bishop d6. One very nice thing about this position, by the way, is Sam can always kind of take the ball and go home. He can always liquidate into a very drawish position. Okay, and another idea that Sam has is he could play b6 with the intention of saying, well, cb, bishop takes, and you smack my bishop, and I'll go back, and I'll hold. So it's a thought, too. It's a big decision here for white. On b6, by the way, maybe black just plays c5 and says, well, I'll get the pawn later. That pawn's going nowhere. And that might be true. Okay. Great if we could get some kind of tactic to play on the light squares. So like it is true that this formation where he owns the light squares is, if he's going to save the game, it's because of that business. Well, one idea could be, let's put the bishop here and then intend rook e3, rook over. Let's just do a sample variation. Here, 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 here. Well, boss, this is dumb. Sorry. I'm going to apologize for that one. He just moves the knight. See? The pawn on e6 is crushing. What are you doing? Okay, that's no good. The bishop going to d4, maybe you can imagine, we can imagine something there. I don't know. So, actually, let's just stress something. The unopposed light square bishop that I wanted to kill with knight c6, that thing's a beast, man. That thing's a beast. Okay, another obvious thing. If we play rook fc1, bishop d6, we cannot play knight c4 because we hang our knight. If there was some way that we could stop bishop d6, that would be a cool thing. I'm very happy Sam is thinking. This is a tough position. Oh, well, he didn't think that long. He just moved. Rook ac1. Okay, so this suggests that he is interested in bishop d6, knight c4. Okay, hold on. Let's put bishop d6 on the board. Knight c4. I don't know. It doesn't seem right because we are allowing like rook a2. Maybe. Also rook fb8, and like I said, he takes on d6, and then he says, what? Oh, this is pretty hectic. Okay, so first of all, I want to say I do not see another plausible move for black besides bishop d6. so let's put bishop d6 on the board. Now, knight c4 is the most aggressive move, but maybe Sam has other ideas here. Like here, maybe we just could also just slowly just play knight d4 and say, what? That's a nice position for our pieces. Maybe. I guess, yeah, knight d4 is just a nice move. Another thing that I really was like, I don't know. Okay, the concrete one is knight c4, rook a2, knight takes, pawn takes. Passed pawns must be pushed. No. Mm-mm. Rook c7. And now, well, no, isn't rook f7 a drag for us? Anyways, my thought was if rook b2, we're winning the game with bishop d4. He's got rook f7. Okay, so if you're looking at this as white, you got to be like saying, well, that looks kind of interesting. That looks kind of interesting. You know. And let's just say we make a basic move. There's other moves, but this one's basic. I don't know. Now notice the light square bishop. It's killing us, bro. It's killing us. Also, our miners don't know quite how to get in. But this is a very tasty looking position for white. Okay. All right, here we go. So, I'm going to take a look at the live feed. The live feed's busted. Maybe I shouldn't be looking at the live feed anyway. So we're going to go back to game moment at hand, rook ac1. And in general, I would say, you know, this is the kind of position that demands at least a 10-minute think from black. Well, no, not from black. Black has to play bishop d6. But he's trying to map it out before he plays the move. I don't see another move. Maybe I should spend a moment here trying to figure out what the other move is. I don't know what else it is, dude. If this bishop weren't here, we could consider crazy things like rook takes, pawn takes, knight g5, but it is there. This bishop's amazing, by the way, covering our dark square. Notice, we own the dark square, so he can't touch us. He can only really touch us on light squares. Okay, maybe he's contemplating bishop takes, pawn takes. Let's just put it on the board for a second. Rook takes, rook takes. That looks abysmal, by the way. That looks abysmal. So I don't think he's contemplating that. I think if we land on c7 for free, then that's just too good to be true. But I feel like maybe I'm missing something because bishop d6 has not been played. Yeah. I don't know. The live feed is not showing rook AC1. That's because I was like, I want to go to the live feed, and I want you to tell me, is he away from the board? Is he away from the board again? What's going on? I don't know. I'm not. The live feed, something's going on. Now, people are telling me about other games. That's cool. I'm not going to look at other games. After this is done, I might look at Yospem, if this is ever done. He's my other dude I'm interested in. And then after that, I'm interested in the Sevian game. But right now, Sam is a hero of the dojo. We're focusing on this interesting game, and already it's an interesting question. Well, what are you thinking about, Black? Maybe he's like, if bishop d6, maybe I'm cooked by some variation. Maybe he's trying to calculate bishop d6, knight c4 or something. I don't know. He could throw in bishop b4. He could throw that in. It seems like it helps white with rook ed1. But okay, that's true. That there might be some reason why we want to kick the rook off its e1 square. After bishop b4, I can still play rook e2. So that's another option for me. Okay, so maybe he's contemplating it. Oh, okay, timeout. Timeout. Okay, I got it. The other idea besides bishop d6 is maybe I want to play bishop b4, the rook moves somewhere, and then I park it here. Now, about that position, we definitely want to say, well, white's better, but that's the one he's looking at. Better because I am going to come in here with knight c4, and I'm going to talk to your coconut pretty large. The advantage of bishop d6 is that when I take on d6, I just create a position where, like, my b pawn's cool, but it isn't passed. I mean, excuse me. The pawn on b2 is just redundant then. Here the pawn on b2 is doing things like holding my knight together, yada, yada. So Patrick Daly has a comment from somebody else who's probably a engine, is this one. It is very spicy. And we should note that it also, if I play rook e2, he could also do this. Notice that maybe at some point even bishop f3 when this goes down. Now, can we just go back a second? I see. So the drama about this is you needed, in order to do this weirdness, you needed the rook to move so it wasn't guarding the knight anymore. We do have a move bishop b4 played. So it took me forever, but the intention, I think, is exactly like Patrick Daly is saying, is that we're going to think strongly about knight c3. And the point is we have to have something like that, or maybe we're just cookty wooksies. It's pretty spicy. Yeah, okay, let's do a couple variations that I'm seeing. Rook e2, knight c3. This looks very rational. However, bishop takes. Now I cannot recapture this way. And I cannot recapture this way. So if I take this way, he plays knight b5, and it's seemingly totally fine. We could argue that white has a symbolic advantage after knight d4, but that's it. That's all it is a symbolic advantage. Okay. So. Okay. So bishop b4. Let's go here. Let's go here. This is definitely the kind of move that is possible to miss when you play rook ac1. I cannot play rook d4. I can, of course, take it. And now I could say, well, I got the two bishops and it's looking great. That might be true. That one's believable. Yeah, intuitively, I think black is fine here. Rook ed1. Knight c3. Can I do this? I think not. He just goes knight a2. Oh no, Sam. This bishop b4 might really wreck us. And when I say wreck us, I mean get us to a situation where we might just be not able to do much. All right. I think this is a good example of where Sam moved too fast. Now, by the way, I wasn't looking at bishop b4 either. I think he just assumed bishop d6 had to be played, and so he was like, that's a good move. And now we're in a little bit of grief with bishop b4. All right, let's do a sad move and see what happens. Rook f1. But now on knight c3, oh no, he's threatening this one. Fine. Dude, this is terrible, man. Oh, this sucks. Oh, no. Oh, we were doing great, buddy. We were doing great. I think rook ac1 was a big mistake. Such a natural move. Such a natural move, bud. Such a natural move to make rook ac1, but that's when you're playing super fast. You think you're being a genius. Okay, first of all, the good news is Sam has a variety of ways to turn this into a position that's just equal schmeekle. Equal schmeekle. So so again, by the way, this is the best we've found for white so far. I'm going to look for more, but the best I found is this with equality. Let's say knight d4, knight takes, bishop takes c6, something like that. Symbolic advantage for white. Okay, so do we have anything else? Oh, it looks like we got to move. Rook takes c7. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Now, I do not have full confidence in this move. I do not. Now, first of all, the good news. On rook takes f3, luckily after gf3, I'm attacking the knight. So that's good news. The bad news is my knight is inactive. My knight on a3 is a bit chumpy looking. And I don't see how I can keep the rook on the c file. Now, We're just beginning the analysis. Perhaps the intention is to say, on a move like rook c8, that I'm going to calmly play this bad boy. And remember what I said about the dark squares. We own the dark squares. Now, in general, you never want to trade off your rook when you've down the exchange. Okay? Because you need that rook to create all kinds of drama. It's just a really well-known thing. But here we're going to do it with the thought that, hey, we get this pawn on c7. Oh, baby. Oh. Now, as we said before, we might control the dark squares, but he controls the light squares and can just park this bad boy right here. So, pretty difficult to evaluate. All right, here we go, buddy. Rook c7. Bishop e1. Ah, damn, Sam is bringing it, dude. He's pissed. He's a very angry man. He is a very angry man. All right, we're obviously going to get knight e1. Now, after this knight e1, I do think the rook needs to be challenged. Honestly, if he doesn't challenge the rook, we're probably playing b6 anyway. And let me stress where I am unconvinced of this is because our knights are not mobilized. That's the part of it that gives me the heebs. This is also the kind of thing, I don't know. If you did it, you would really kind of believe on in principle. I got a co-commentator joining me here. Why did you bring two chairs in here, bro?
I didn't know there was already a chair.
We already got a chair in here. He's gonna join me so he can tell you guys what's happening. And then I'm gonna get a coffee for myself. All right, you ready to do some commentating, bud? I gotta go make a coffee. You ready to do it? You ready to hold it together?
I'm gonna sit and watch, and if something happens, I'll say something.
All right, 91. All right, bro. I'm gonna break it down for you, and maybe we can break it down for other people too. Sam has sacrificed the exchange, so rook for bishop for 2 pawns. These pawns are doubled, but one of them is very angry. This pawn over here. His knights need help to come in, and when they come in, they're going to come in and fight for dark squares, such as these ones. Okay. These are some of the squares. This guy might come into this dark square too. We can always play f3. That's nice. The other thing that's a dynamic that's very important here is now we're dealing with a bishops of opposite color situation completely. So we got rid of his dark square bishop. So the dynamic we haven't had before, where it was dark squares versus light squares, is now completely accentuated. And a lot of times people think, oh, bishops of opposite color, it's a draw. This is an example of where it's just completely the opposite. Because it means that if black gets an initiative on the light square, on the dark squares, let me rephrase. If we get initiative on the dark squares, he's done, because he's down a gazillion pieces here on the dark squares. If he gets initiative on the light squares, then he will win. Now notice it's hard for him to actually do anything on the light squares, and maybe that's part of the intuition. Now, it's got to be said, though, that when this pawn arrives on c7, it's easily caged by the light square control. So it's not like when we get the pawn to c7 that the pawn is going to go anywhere anytime soon. Okay? So the first question is, could black somehow win that pawn? Let's check, actually. It might just be, that's the first thing to check. So here, snip, snap.
Rook c8.
Let's play, okay, we could play rook c8. Now, one drama about rook c8 is I got bishop b6 and I just want to play here and here.
Sure. Yeah, no, lots of defending pieces for white. But that's good because that's...
Well, it's not over. Let's continue. Knight here. He's stopping this move.
And...
He's also threatening, but when he's not actually threatening knight e8, because when he goes knight e8, I have knight b5.
But isn't he threatening knight c8, pushing that white pawn?
What do you mean knight? This is knight c8.
Yeah, I know. Once that rook gets out the way.
Well, you're the one who put it there, Fire Snap. You're the one that put it there. If you want to move it away, don't put it there. So let's just say, look, yeah, simple things like this. I don't want to do it, but that is an example of where black has the full grip on the light squares. Now, let's think about this. A claim when we visualize this position, because there's no way to fully analyze it if you're just sitting there at the board, is to say, as long as he can't win that coconut on c7, then I will have time to bring my pieces, especially these knights, into the game. Black has a gazillion different plans I want to stress. He can bring the king over. He can try to do some funky business with the bishop. But maybe the coolest thing about this position for Sam is there's no active play for black on the light squares. If there were any kind of active play on the light squares, we wouldn't be able to defend it. Another cool thing is we can always set up this barrier to the light squares. Say, no light squares for you, son. Yeah. We got Nikki saying that if he doesn't win the c7 pawn, we're going to win with this guy moving up. Kind of. Kind of. Now, would it be cool to get the pawn to b6? Yes, but notice that in of itself isn't enough because black has an iron grip on these two squares, the blockade squares. I mean, I want to stress, you ain't doing nothing over there. What we need to claim is our knights are going to come in and do really fancy things. You know, this guy needs to come in and do fancy things. This guy needs to like land here or land here.
The knight on e1 is not really doing a lot right now.
Right, so we got to say like, okay, again, I'm going to get a coffee now, but then the claim is that because he doesn't have anything to do on the light squares, I'm going to have time to do things like just put a big fatty knight on e5.
Also, looks like the tiny dude is half Shankland's time. Daniel.
And we got Patrick Daly talking about the knight on c5. Absolutely true. And notice I can always play knight d3, f3, knight c5.
Yeah. We got half time on black.
All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh this so Fire Snap don't touch anything, and it will just play the next move when it's ready to go.
Understood.
You can tell them about Roland Park chess team, bud.
Oh yeah. So I'm on the chess team for my school, but it's not like a big thing. It's just like, chess team. You all right? You okay, Jesse? Okay. Let's see. What is the what did it say? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he stubbed his toe. Yeah. Yeah. He like falls over a lot and like swears. So I think that's probably what happened. He's definitely dead. Oh, it looks like we have a move. Rook F7. Okay. So we have sorry for not answering question. Yes, it's just Rowan Park Justine, because that's the name of my school. So Jesse, we have Rook F7.
Good.
Everybody heard you dying though. Are you all right, man?
Oh, bro, I died. It was dark down there, buddy. And I slammed my hand into a door.
Everybody's very upset on both streams.
Okay. What happened?
What did you do?
I don't know, but I
Mouse.
can fix that. Let's see if I go back. All right. Oh, God, I broke my hand, dude.
Oh man. Oh, you missed it. It was up there. There it is. There it is.
Oh, I can't even think, man. All right.
So we got Rook F7. So I was saying it's attacking.
Right. So my guess is here we're going to play B6.
Yeah.
Patrick Daly's not impressed by Rook F7. There's no pressure on F2 anyway, Patrick. That's a dark square. That's my square. You no puedo nada do on the dark squares. And the rook had to go. So my take on the position is that it didn't matter, actually, whether you went here or here. We're going to play B6, and you're going to have to take. And I want to stress something again. The genius thing about this, if we're going to be on Sam's side in this position, which I'm leaning towards here, is that the general rule of thumb is that you do not trade the rooks. And let's talk about why. Because the rooks these rooks are doing the same job, whereas you have diversity of forces with the rook on c7 and, say, a minor piece. They do different things. And it's nice to have different things. It's like dogs and humans hunting together. The dog does something different than the human. These two rooks are amazing dudes, but they do the same thing. So, in general, we don't want to trade the rooks. And Sam might well consider maybe a rook c1 or something here. But he plays my move, b6. Thank you very much. Now, so a chess move is great when you break the kind of rules. So the rule he's breaking is that he's trading off the rook. And you can see once the rook goes away, like that rook on a8, he gets to have potentially a lot of fun. Okay, who is the first player to show us this kind of position? It was Topalov, dude. Topalov had all these exchange sacrifices, and he would often break the rules like this. The exchange sacrifice has been around a long time, but giving up your rook, that's a special sauce. Okay, knight d6 is played. By the way, I'm going to make a prediction that if you turned on the computer here for the next series of moves, the computer would not like what either side is doing, like, i.e., there would be mistakes. Okay, knight d6 is very concrete. And it's, let's say, every move where black doesn't take the rook, he's arguably pushing his luck because the rook might retreat and keep himself alive. Okay, next thing. Black also gave us the option to play rook a7. Now, rook a7 is probably nothing because of knight c8. Notice the light squares. But it is an extra option that he's giving us here by not taking immediately. I think part of the intention with this move is there might be some situation where I get away with knight c4.
Ooh, Patrick Daly just became number 3 in the top fans.
You see this guy Soren, he's like, come on, kid, we need some analysis.
I did say it. I was clicking on all the pieces and saying, I think it's going to be b6, and then probably like, I was saying.
You did a good job, bud.
I was saying knight to c2, then knight to b4, and then knight to a6. If we need it. If we need help.
Patrick Daly is saying the back rank is still okay. So, for example, in knight e3, knight c4, if for whatever reason we're scared of knight takes c4, we could play rook takes c4. Okay, so my default move for white would be knight d3. So the question would be like, what if anything is wrong with knight d3? And there might be a thing wrong. Oh, maybe there isn't. I don't know. He could, for example, say knight d3, knight e8, and that would excommunicate my posizione, but there's a lot of things that I get to do here. First of all, my pawn is there. I could just move my rook back, and then I could look for this. Or I could get really fancy and think about rook a7.
I think he's saying it's crispy critters over in chat. And I haven't even been trying.
Rudius Budon says the answer is fries.
Does that mean crispy critters?
He might be talking about crispy critters, yeah. Okay. This thing was brilliant from Sam, dude. I just want to admit something, that when he first did it, I was like, no, that's not it. But that was it, my friends. Even if it's true that whatever the computer says, this is an amazing practical chance where, like, if there's something for black here, it's going to, like, let's put it this way. If there's something for black to take control of the position for himself, it's going to be very fancy. I don't see it. And at the minimum, I feel like white's not going to lose this. Like, we have good control over the game. All right.
Wait. Let's see what they're saying.
Bro, what's 71 plus 38?
What?
I'm asking you a question. 71 plus 38?
71 plus 38 is 109.
Very good. That's the amount of people watching us. We got 71 over here on the YouTubes and 39 on the Twitches.
That's the YouTube. You just clicked on the YouTube.
Oh, excuse me,
and
I
then
meant
the
that
YouTube.
one. This is the other YouTube where we can see their live stream, but it hasn't been working too well. Like,
Yeah.
let me press it again.
Press live. I think it'll make it.
No.
Skip ahead to the live broadcast.
Oh, look at you, buddy.
I know how it goes.
So me and Firesnap are looking at this thing, trying to read what does your body language read tell you about how these people think about their position?
Well, they both look pretty nervous. I mean, because the Daniel, the Dubov guy, he's like biting his bottom lip and he's like shaking in his chair.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shankland is just covering his face completely and resting it in his
Now, would you say that looks a little bit like a pirate when you put your facial hair like that? That's
Oh
a
my
pirate
God,
look. Yeah.
Totally.
So Sam's playing the pirate, dude.
No.
All right, Sam's thinking about it. I'm glad he is. I don't see anything wrong yet with knight d3. Now, one of the things we should say about a move like knight d3 is it's abstract in that it's not immediately clear how we're going to crack the guy's soul. But it is clear that we have to bring the knight in to squares like e5. And we mentioned, got c5 mentioned too. The other thing we should say, we'll give a shout out for rook f7 as opposed to rook fc8, is that, let's just try to get inside the pirate's head for a second. So the pirate is saying with the move rook f7 that I can oppose this rook without having to take on c7. Now again, the bummer is if you don't take on c7, I might move my rook away someday under favorable circumstances. Okay? But that's what he's saying with this knight d6, and he is gripping those light squares. And Sam has finally maybe also learned his lesson. After that bishop e4 thing, he's like, oh, maybe I got to look if this guy has some crazy bishop e4 move, man.
Is Bulgar on chess 24?
Is Polgar on chess 24? You mean this lady over here?
Yes.
No, that's Huska and Rudolph. I've actually done commentary with both those ladies. Okay. So, okay, I got an idea for black, maybe. So let's say we go knight here, just for kicks. Knight f5. Here. Is this, how ridiculous is this?
Ed Daly is saying that we should be concerned about our back rank.
Well, of course. Let's say f3.
Ed Daly and Patrick Daly.
And I'm just showing this as just a thought to try to break white on the light squares. But it ain't nothing. I get my knight to e5, you're toast, son. That's a strong knight. That knight don't play. That knight don't play. Look at that thing. Okay. Here we go. Knight d3. Oh, who's the GM today?
You?
That's right, buddy.
I predicted b6, so I think I'm GM too.
Well, we only say it when we call the move that was just played.
Oh, understood.
Now, by the way, it's a lot easier for me to sit here and play knight d3. It's the obvious natural move. I didn't know what else to do. But the question at a high level, when you play at a high level like these, one difference between them and me is they are more active in looking for their opponent's counterplay in a position like this. Though arguably Sam missed it with bishop b4. Right? Okay. By the way, this is a very fascinating position. I like it for white. However, if I was to have the choice between this one, which is a little hard to judge, and the one after bishop e3, where I'm like, we just have a nice clear advantage, at least my first glance would say I would want this one. Now, on a deeper look, especially in a game I'd love to win, this one might be more compelling. Okay, So, Fire Snap, we got 16 moves left, and Dubov has got 34 minutes, so he's got 2 minutes a move. And that is some good pressure.
Sam is for sure winning on time. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
It's got to be said, though, that the Pirate is one of the best blitz and rapid players around.
Oh no. Around these parts.
Around these parts, yeah.
Where is this being hosted at?
This is in a place called Goa.
Oh.
It's, I don't know if the Portuguese named it, but it was a Portuguese colony. We're talking about in the even the late 1500s, I think it was a colony of the Portuguese and was so forever. And it's also like a cool beach resorty kind of place, I think.
That's why their World Cup symbol has the beach tree on it.
Right. Okay. This is a very fascinating game. Again, I want to stress what's interesting to me about it is the problem of the dark squares, where he can't touch my dark squares. And basically what I need as white is I need a couple tempi to improve my position. Knight d3 was a big chunk of those tempis. That guy's got to get in. Another tempi I really would like to get in is the move f3. I want to block the bishop. I want to give my king a square.
I'm concerned about like looking it fully over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really that concerned, but if the knight on a3 moves, then the a8 rook comes down and checks us on a1, and then that's a kind of a problem because we have to put our pieces there. And even though both the bishop and the knight would be protecting, and they're both protected by the rook on c7, I still think it's something that doesn't need to happen.
So you're saying you're terrified of a rook coming to a1?
I'm not terrified. I'm just
Okay, no, it's fine. You could be scared or terrified, whatever you want to call it.
you put the
It's good to have fears.
pieces in.
It's good to have fears.
And we have to put our not crispy critters in the way and make them scared critters.
All right, let's get a body language check from you, Fire Snap. Let's go with that live trick you did.
Okay, now he's looking like he looks like those dads, like an American dad.
He looks like an American dad, dude. Oh, don't tell him he said that, man.
He does. But I think he is fresh like this.
Uh-huh.
And water from Danil.
Well, Sam's looking pretty. I would say definitely body language from Sam is he's
like
feeling pretty confident there.
concerned.
He's looking pretty confident to me. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
So Sam I feel like Sam's take on the position is mine, is that it's looking pretty tasty for us. But I don't think he's seeing concrete variations yet. Right? I don't think we're seeing concrete variations yet. We're just seeing the fact that if black can't do anything to us pronto, then we are just in control. We are just in control.
29 minutes left on Daniel's clock.
Okay. Patrick Daly says Shanks has big dad energy. Come on, you guys. You don't say that about
That's
him.
what I'm trying to say. Pop has something to say about pork and cheese.
All right, we got Dr. Pop coming in here. Dr. Pop is in a class I did. He's a really cool dude. Let's read what he says. My father was in the Portuguese army in Goa. Wow, dude. When India took Goa back by force. Dang. And was a prisoner for about 6 months. Before the Portuguese negotiated the release of their soldiers and brought them back home. That's a great story, dude. Because India itself got liberated from England in like 1950 something. So Goa was next. That's an incredible story. Would I spend a move to create lift? Well, let me just say there's a lot of moves I want to do. And basically, white, if white has a problem, it's the tempi he needs to consolidate his dark square bind. So I need one to fix my king. And then I just need to make sure that my b6 pawn doesn't fall. And I need my creatures over there to help him out. Yeah. So the tempo I next spend depends on what black does, but I think if it's my move here, I'm playing either knight e5 or f3. And again, I want to stress, black needs to do something.
See, even Robin Esperoza agrees with me.
That's right. I think Firesnap, just anybody over 20 probably has dad vibes for you, bro.
No. Not pirate.
Pirate, dude. He used to have dad energy. You get a mustache like that, your dad energy's gonna fly out the window.
I mean, just look at him in that family. He looked like he'd be like in Family Guy or something.
In Family Guy.
SBMC Manus says Kostya has dad energy.
Kostya has dad energy.
How Kostya has dad energy.
Well, we're wondering if Kostya's gonna get hitched up, and we'll stop seeing him in the dojo. Then he gets some kids and stuff going on.
We're not even seeing David because of the wife pass.
That's right, the wife pass. That's right, buddy. Yeah.
No wife means. I don't know.
Dude, Daniel's got a hard position because knight e3 was the kind of move. It was like, if you don't have anything, son, I'm gonna build this Death Star on the dark squares, and that's it. Knight c4 doesn't work. Knight b5, no lo puedo. And by the way, all these tricks that we were talking about, like maybe a knight c4, knight b5, they're always met by rook a1, knight c1. Then that's over. And why? Because that's a dark square, my friend. Can you mess with me on a dark square? No.
No.
You don't puedo nothing on the dark squares. Okay. So, what is he gonna do?
I am homeless on Wi-Fi. I think Sam is 46 or 47.
Yeah, let's go. Actually, I'm curious now. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but David was doing the Goa facts of the day, so we're gonna just look at this real quick.
Oh, we're not gonna look at his age.
We're not gonna go
But we
early
already have
Portuguese period. Okay.
But Dr. Pop Pop, he already told us all.
Well, but somebody else is disputing it, and the idea that they were there in the 1960s doesn't seem right to some people. Hold on. After India gained independence in 1947, hold on. India requested the Portuguese territories be ceded to India. Portugal refused. 61, the Indian army invades. Wow. On 67, a referendum was held. The referendum offered the people of Goa a choice between continuing as a union territory or merging with the state. And the majority chose the former, so a union territory. Because you would think, one of the things that's interesting about it, right, is they were their own thing for so long, and they could have, like, kind of turned in their own little separate country. Okay, back to the front. So that was a good thing. I had no idea that it was the 60s even that was still Portuguese. And you think about it too, like by the 60s, the Portuguese, I mean, By the 1800s, the Portuguese are no longer a world power.
Bam! Dr. Pop Pop tells no lie.
That's true. Okay, we got rook takes c7 on the board, my friends. Now, what did I say about an hour ago? I said black will have to take the rook because the rook is too strong. That's what he said. Now, obviously, Sam's going to recapture. Let's see if we got that. We're going to use it.
Yeah.
So Sam is away from the board while this happened.
Oh no.
That's okay. That's
Well,
okay.
a sneaky thing.
He's watching on a screen somewhere. He's watching a screen somewhere, so he sees it and he'll come back. Yeah. No, I don't know if he's in the bathroom. They have couches there. You can relax and stuff. Okay. So he says, I gotta finally take this thing. Now, let's put it on the board for Sam. So the basic question I have is, or the way I would phrase it is, if you can't actively get at my c7 pawn now, and I mean now, you are going to be gradually surrounded and destroyed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Here's a nice, I don't know, I don't see it. So I'm looking at it and I don't see it for how black should go about this thing. These knights. That's right. It's a real hard moment because it's like, well, what is he supposed to do? Okay, wait, what about knight c4 here? Hey, Liam.
Yes, sir.
Whose knight?
These nights. I don't know why you did that, but okay.
Did what? Had a little hat going, but that's great.
They keep calling me Minnie and Junior Jesse, so why not
Okay.
put on the hat?
All right, so we're wondering here, Firesnap, does black have anything special after pawn takes? And the only special thing I can imagine is knight c4. But this is retarded. Excuse me, we're not allowed to use that word anymore. Wait, bishop takes. Bishop takes. Right, that's the move that's concerning.
Free crispy critters for black.
And notice, I thought I was real fancy for a second.
You're not
But that's wrong for a variety of reasons. Okay, so boom, boom. I think that's, if I have a concern, that's it. We have b takes c7 played. Dubov is down to close to a minute a move now. They do get 30 seconds. We got to move. Knight c4 as predicted. Okay. We want to say that white has many different moves we could now do. Look, let's go slow here because this is gonna now get into territory which is gonna be a little bit like endgame study like. So we're gonna say knight c4, bishop c4 does not look like what we wanted. Okay, so we're gonna leave that one out. I could also play bishop a7. And we can imagine knight takes, pawn takes. And then he's got bishop b7. I've got knight c5.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those moments where you gotta see what your opponent plays.
And then I don't know what I have.
Well then,
Well, no. This is the moment where we need to know what to do, but this is the moment where we have to spend 30 minutes maybe figuring this out. Now, what's the advantage of Sam tanking, but moving so fast? Well, at least in this position, he can think about it.
you want me to get you some more coffee?
Oh, you know what you could do? Boil some water,
Yeah.
then fill it up to right there, and then put milk in the rest.
600.
6, 7.
Can't even do a task.
All right, Daly's talking about bishop f4.
What do you want it boiled at? 204?
It's already set. Just turn it. You put water in there and turn it on, and it'll go wherever it goes to is where it needs to be. So bishop f4, totally plausible. Let's say knight takes, pawn takes. Let's put this here for a second. We'll put this here for a second. Hit this here for a second. There's concerns. There are concerns. Okay. This knight c4, by the way, would be the kind of thing that a chump GM like me might not have, you know, if I'm sitting there, I'm going to see more than when I'm commentating, but it'd be the kind of thing maybe I would miss and just nonchalantly play knight d3. But at a high level, what you want to do is when you play knight d3, to already have a sense of like, okay, I have an idea. I see knight c4 coming, and I have some kind of idea of what to do with it. Now, it's as ugly as the fugly, all right? It's as ugly as the fugly, but knight c4, bishop c4, knight, I don't even want to do it, but I'm going to put it here for a second. I don't know. I don't like it. I think e5 would be a good move. Blocking me here and saying, dude, how are you getting out? I really don't like it, okay? But I'm just going through these moves now. Another option I'm looking at is knight b4. And here the intention is to say, first of all, black has some moves. He could even play bishop b7 here. That's a complicated move. Here black has, but just to show my intention, I was thinking we could do this position and claim that we're doing all right. Even this is not so easy though. Here, and he's there in time. Oh, buddy, this is why we do endgame studies. This is going to be an endgame study here, my friends. Okay, time out. Bishop a7. Knight takes, pawn takes. Bishop b7. I can play bishop c5. With a pretty basic plan to say, I will put this big fat knight here and this one here, and I ain't worse. You know, that's what we'd like to believe. That might not be true. Okay? That might not be true. Okay, so knight c4. Maybe if we're going to start contemplating knight b4, and if we decided, oh, bishop b7 is my problem, then I could play knight f4. Okay, knight f4 is totally plausible. That's pretty good. That's pretty good looking. Knight f4 also has, you know, yeah, it's a good binding move. All right, so knight f4 is the best I've come with yet, but I want to stress this is a hard position. That's right, we're rooting for him. Also because me and Bruce lived with the guy for a while. He came to study with us at the GM house when he was but a boy of 18. All right, let's look at your other variation. Knight f4, knight e3, fe3, bishop b3. Well, definitely that's the... Well, that might be a real hassle. Rook c8. And he's threatening like some nasty bishop c4 thing to me. So that might be very unpleasant. That might be very unpleasant. Okay. Let's look, because that would help us if we could discard knight f4. That would help us in our decision-making process. Okay, yeah, good variation. That was from Patrick Daly. A lot has to do. Remember, I was talking about the tempi that white had and that black needed to do something pronto. Well, if we had f3 on the board, this would be a lot easier to do. Oh, nice, buddy. And you got yourself a donut?
A very big one. Yes, I got myself a bagel.
Well, we're at the moment of truth.
Are we now?
Mm-hmm. We got to move. Knight c4, knight c4, knight e1. This was one of the things that I refused to consider. I refused. I was like, no way, buddy. All right, let's talk about this. So we put our knight back. onto square El Nasty so that we don't have to play BA. Does this mean, by the way, that knight d3 was a mistake? Maybe. The good news for us is that if he plays rook a1, we say, no, that's a dark square. You can't do nothing. Okay, so I guess that's a thing. Now, I am nervous. I would say this move would be, if I was just playing black, that would be my first thing. By the way, Cry, that rook a1 move was really dumb. He could just queen. Hey, buddy, come on now. Hey, come on. All right, so e5 would be my main concern, to bring this guy back. If we put the bishop, first of all, we're going to block this kind of stuff. We put the bishop back to e6, and then our rook has freedom. The second we move the bishop back, though, our knight gets to move. So in addition to e5, a very basic plan could be king f7, walk it over, and then, you know, say, white, you ain't moving nowhere, no how. Jesse is not a grandmaster today. That's right. Okay. We got a dog invader. Here, close that door, bud. Close that door. Get that dog out and close that door.
Dogs can't do chess.
All right, so he's getting down to that minute to move situation. And he has to decide between king f7, e5, and maybe something else. Now, I just want to say I looked at this briefly, and I just kind of didn't like it because of the passivity of the knight. But the argument is what? That you did trade off my knight on a3 for me. Okay, and that knight needed some work to get into the game. You did allow me to keep my potential dream alive of connecting the boys. All right, so that's a long-term dream for us. I want to say, though, here, it's looking, my little eval bar has shifted to believing that black should be fine here. That's what my little eval bar has done.
Your dojo eval?
Yeah, the dojo eval bar. David has that thing in a doc somewhere, so he's usually the master of implementing it on our screen. So, but I'll just say something like, position is now unclear for me. I do really, one of the things the senseis wouldn't allow me to do is they wouldn't allow me to factor time into the eval bar. But if we could factor time into the eval bar, then we would say maybe white has the advantage. Because black, it's going to be very concrete. And black is going to need some good momentitos to try to figure this out. Let's go king f7. All right, very simple idea. I want to put the king here to threaten the pawn and also prevent it from advancing. And then say, well, then my pieces will be free to move about the cabin once that happens. Now, how does the knight get out? I don't know. And if we just go about our business, well, black goes about his. And this looks bad for white. This looks like legitimately like something terrible has happened. So, King F7, Sam, how is it that you haven't blown this here? Nota bene. Bishop A7, King E7. Bishop B8, King D7. We're right on time. Whew, man, King F7, Sam, I don't know. E5 was played. That was my other candidate move. In some ways it might, well, okay, I like this less for black because Bishop A7. Now, maybe there was something wrong with King F7. I didn't see it. But at least here, I can go Bishop A7. Maybe I can't, actually. Look at this. This is a problem for us. Fire snap. Look, Bishop E6. And if Bishop B8 now, I am toast. For a second, you think I'm not toast. And then you say, oh, I'm toast. Okay. So that's a key variation for black right there. Okay. So if you're just trying to survive, maybe F4. A sadness about that, though, is that now the light squares really are lit up so that later we might get whacked. Let's look at, give me a body language check, bruv.
Oh, yeah. He sees it for sure. He's like,
The pirate, you mean?
no. Sam. He sees he might be, as younger kids would say, cooked.
He sees that he's cooked?
I mean, I think he's not saying he's cooked, but he's saying he sees the variation that you just showed me.
Okay.
And he's getting a tad bit concerned.
A tad bit? Yeah, okay.
And
That word tad bit sounds a little bit like dad energy, bro. You got some dad energy going on today?
Tad bit sounds like British dad energy. Well, no, that's
Okay, so Sam, I feel like he's blown it. He definitely had a nice position before this Bishop B4 thing. After the Bishop B4 thing went down, it seemed like he was doing great. Maybe the move he played, Knight D3, I also wanted to do it. Maybe that wasn't it. But maybe if we go back, let's just say, maybe already here, black is going to get a Knight C4 thing in, and maybe it's not going to be so easy. But by the way, the other move we had, of course, was F3. Let's just contrast that for a second. And now we got a billion different ways to get in. Well, he can't do it that way. He has to take first on C7. Well, this is just dramatically better because we go Bishop A7. We plant it. And our knight didn't lose a gazillion tempos going back and forth. Because here, that's what happened in the game. We lost a gazillion tempos.
That's the most realistic number I've ever heard.
Yeah. All right, H4 played. H4 don't feel good. I don't feel good. Now, the intentions of, the dreams of H4 are that someday, like an H5 is going to talk to him. Now, by the way, to actually win this position as black, it won't be so easy. We could also use it as like a, yeah, so he's saying, you know what? I'm going to use this to talk to some of your coconuts.
Inga says toast.
So one problem with the E5 move is that we're going to get play on it now. Let's play king f7 again. Knight f3. If king e6, I'm going to go take that coconut. And at the very minimum, I'm not going to lose that position. So actually, before we get too excited about Sam blowing it, I think it's fair to say that he's well within the realm of drawing this bad boy.
Hi, Chihuahua.
And we are down, we're getting that close. Dubov's getting close to that 1 minute move mark. Okay. So the e5 pawn, let's just talk about the e5 pawn for a second. The e5 pawn very much wants to stay on e5 to guard some dark squares and not to give the knight squares like d4 and f4. But Sam's saying, I'm going to go talk to that pawn pretty soon, and if you move it, you're going to give me those dark squares. We got king f7 on the board. Arguably, I thought that was maybe what he should have done first. We're anticipating knight f3 now from Sam. All right. Let's give me a body check.
Pirate looks a little bit annoyed.
Pirate looks annoyed?
Yeah, he was just like...
The pirate is pretty expressionless. You know, you think if you're going to be a pirate, you got to give me an arg or something like that once in a while, right?
I was just about to say.
You got to give me an arg once in a while. All right. Okay, so here we go. Knight f3, here he comes. That one was, I'm a GM today, but that one was kind of easy-ish to predict. So this is a little bit of a problemito. In fact, let's just say something. Black is going to lose a pawn. Once he loses the pawn, then we really, I don't think, have any losing chances at all. That's maybe the first thing to say. So if you imagine, like, we win this pawn, even if we lost both of these bad boys, we're in the realm of drawing that thing. Okay, so here we go. King e6, offering up the h7 pawn. Well, and maybe actually, here's a thing that Black could say is like, okay, you go do your thing. I'll come and do my thing. That might be a problemito for us. Okay, so king e6 on the board. If it were Black's move here, I think he would play h6. The pawns in general want to be on the dark squares because that's what he doesn't control with his bishop. That rook h8 thing really annoyed me. I gotta be honest. All right, we got to look at this position, rook h8. Do I have any trixies and wixies? All right, so knight f3, rook h4. I can simply now play knight f3 though. Now, on rook e4, I think that's a blunder because I got this, and I can push the rook away from the bishop. So that's good news. So no rook e4, no rook g4. If rook h5, I can push the rook away. Okay, that's good news. Time out. So it is not possible for him to steal our coconut on h4. This is a key point. No coconut touch for you. Because rook e4 loses to knight d2 and then pushing the rook away. And if you have to defend the e-pawn because this thing is coming. Rook h5, no lo puedo because of that. Again, cutting the rook away from this dude. Dang. Okay. So, king e6 was, it's a move that says that knight g5 no lo puedo. But maybe we sí se puedo. Maybe sí se puedo. Okay, let's look again here, here, here. All right, the other way of thinking about this is he's just going to win our pawns, and then he's going to say, I'm going to draw this thing, which is maybe the fair thing to say. So if we imagine taking this one first, and we'll say this pawn is just a babe in the woods now. Well, Rook h8 is still a thing. So, for example, I don't know if we want to play b4. b4 is the only way, though, that we're going to save that b pawn, I think. For example, knight g5, rook a2, or rook a1. King h2 here. Still a little spicy. We could claim that we have something on knight f3, rook b2. Personally, I think this is very holdable for black, that position there. That might be what we get, something like that. Out of the corner of my eyes, it looks like Esipenko beat Grebnev. We're not interested in the other people, though, right now. We're just doing one game. Okay. So b4 played. Dang. Sam don't play. All right, let's think about this move conceptually. My main concern was he would play h6 and just hold our pieces down. He could also do other things. We can't do that much other things. Okay, wait a second. On h6, I have the ability now to play bishop b6, bishop a5. We could argue that now I'm guaranteed bishop b6, bishop a5. Christ, stop thinking about knight g5 stuff, Holmes. Come on, he wants to keep the pawns. Ah, oh, look at that. Simple chess. We're just going to do this to him. And then our knight is going to dance around his face. We own the... what's the story? We own the dark squares. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look. Let's go live. I didn't know you about that live trick, but you're my technological consultant on this stream. All right, we're almost there to that minute of move. It's coming fast. There's some difficult momentitos. I guess I'm gonna switch again. I'm gonna be like, maybe there was a moment I felt despair for Sam, but now I'm not sure I'm feeling despair. King d7, bishop b6, and we will achieve our bishop a5 bind. Also, that pawn on e5 really doesn't want to move. If he moves, well, for now he has knight g5, but also, like, he's giving me some key dark squares.
It would be nice if there could be a trade on the d4 square. The pawn gets out that way, and then we can check on d4.
Okay, yeah. All right, so we got ourselves a real game on our hands, and we're basically down to a minute to move for our friend here. Mistakes are very possible. I'm sure both sides have already made mistakes. We know this for a fact. Let me put the game position. That's hard for black, dude. I don't think e5 was a good move. All right, we got to move on our hands. King d6. All right, we are anticipating bishop b6 now. All right, we got it. Bishop b6. GM today. Now we're going to see, that was forced, but we're also now, I didn't quite know what the intention was with this move. It gets out of the way of knight g5, okay. All right, so let's talk brass tacks, shall we? The pawns aren't moving, okay? Our pawns aren't moving. Could we imagine black just sitting and white and saying, bro, white, you can't do nothing to me? That's totally plausible. But on a practical level, if you let me get the massage going, well, that's a real thing. Now, one of the bummers for black that I'm seeing is it's difficult for him to get the rook behind my pawns, to get it active. So here he goes, bishop d5.
Jesse,
Yeah.
you want to know another technological trick?
What's that, buddy?
If you ever want to play sound and have your Twitch and your YouTube up at the same time, but on a different tab, you want to play sound, you can right-click right next to the X on the tabs, and you can mute them so that you can't hear yourself speaking over yourself.
Oh, okay. Interesting. You're going to have to explain that to me later, though, because at the moment, all my mind is just focused on some Kwestiatskis. Okay, so bishop d5. First of all, okay, one thing that bishop d5 does is it leaves the b5 square, so I can start dreaming about some kind of b5, b6. Next question. If I just played lamely, how afraid, if at all, am I of this position? I think we're not afraid of losing it. And to win it, I would need to organize this kind of thing. So big question, is bishop d5 actually threatening bishop takes f3? If it is, then it's a good move because knight g5 is no good because of h6. Knight d2 is the saddest move you've ever seen. Knight h2 encourages some kind of knight f. I don't know. We don't want to do it. So bishop d5 may be an exclam move. Now, we could slow play it and just say, okay, I'm going to play knight d2. I'm going to play bishop a5. I'm going to say your rook can't enter the position, and someday I'm going to play f3. And what? What's the knight going to do? Eventually, maybe knight f1 to e3 or something like that.
Okay, Inga, we get it. You're supporting Sam.
Okay, we got to move. Knight e1. I think I've been blind for several times to the knight e1. So this is like Sam's. How many times are you going to go knight e1 on us, buddy? Okay. So first of all, no rook a1, no lo puedo. I think, honestly, I'm just going to be honest, I think that was why my mind wasn't even considering the move. So our intention is, I will play bishop a5, and then my knight
10
will
minutes on the
threaten
clock, by the way.
to go like knight in. Bringing the knight to c5 is cool looking, but I don't know if it actually does anything. And I just want to stress something very important. The black rook at the moment has no way of entering our position. And if it doesn't, then the rook's kind of a chump. Okay? And if we could mobilize our knight and our king, then hey, we definitely got something going. All right, so at the minimum, white is the one who's got the juice. Knight e1, I guess I'm going to call it an exclam. Simple move, Cry. You should have found that one.
Are you not taking your drugs anymore?
My drugs, the mind drugs? I didn't take them that much. They want me to take the drugs for the tournament. They want to do a clinical trial. So there would be some of us who would get the drugs and some of us who wouldn't get the drugs. And I might do it, but I feel kind of weird doing it, the drugs.
The guy on it looks kind of like a more American version of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. You could be in charge of the comments here too, bud.
Yeah, no, I already kind of am.
Robin is saying, why is knight d2 so sad? It's true. I think we could have done knight d2. I like knight e1. Knight e1 is becoming clear to me, though, that is a nice one because knight d3 will talk to him in a variety of ways. Now, it could be like sometimes you turn on the computer and the computer makes it seem like, oh, knight d2, knight e1, it's all the same, whatever.
Skibik says, was bishop c5 check, king take c7, knight x e5 bad.
Maybe Skevix, it wasn't that bad, but we're not going to win. It's going to be harder to win that one. We want that pawn on c7 to be a little, the bone in the throat, as they call it. The bone in the throat.
What?
You never heard about the bone?
I don't want a bone in my throat.
Nobody does, buddy. Nobody does. That's one of the things about this game. Skevix says I need to take them drugs. We got bishop e4 played. Now, bishop e4 is potentially clever. Part of the claim could be that when you play f3, your knight actually loses its entrance square into the position.
You gotta either push the knight or push the pawn.
Now, if I was a chump here, I would play, well, I'm a chump, but if I was the person playing, I would consider bishop a5, just because I think that's where my bishop wants to go anyway.
That chump knight has been on e1 since I came in the room.
Liam Lee is drawn with Donchenko as black.
What?
He's definitely the favorite in that
His
match.
name's Liam.
Different Liam, not L.
L-E-M.
Yeah. All right, so we got to move bishop a5. I'm a GM today. And that was a nice move to play because we know we needed to do it, and now we just want to see what black wants to do. It's kind of rough, dude. It's kind of rough because the fear, the thought is that if you do nothing, I will eventually be able to create juice.
Okay, check it out. Skibix says, not Jesse, do it. It's super interesting on all levels. You may get some weird placebo effect where you unlock your abilities, only believing you took them.
Mm-hmm.
And then Robin says, the danger that unlocking your final boss abilities might make you frustrated when playing without the checks.
Okay. King d7. Now, what we want to say about King d7 is, of course, it's a good-looking move, but notice it's not some kind of active plan. So what we say, I guess we'd say here, is it looks like black is assuming the position. And what we mean by that is just going to sit and wait to see what we as white can do. So f3 is definitely el defaulto move. If you were just playing natural chess, you'd go like this and think about maybe knight e3. You have to be a little concerned that with f3, you're encouraging him to break the position open with e4. I believe in that less. But again, the rook wants to get open. Black's rook.
Is Don Mahogany, are you talking to me? Saying, hey, Junior? Is that, am I
Who's
Junior?
talking to you, Junior?
Dog Mahoney wants
Dog
my
Mahoney?
attention right here.
Oh,
Don
hey,
Mahoney.
Junior, yeah. Maybe he wants your attention, bud. Oh, bud, you gotta go get. You gotta eat breakfast. Get to
I
school.
already ate a bagel.
Okay, it's 7:28 though. I just want you to be aware.
Yeah, I know.
You got okay. All right. So, does White even have a different candidate move besides f3? You could think about King h2, but that doesn't make no sense to me. Get that king. Yeah. So let's just say the obvious. We were talking about Tempe. Okay. White is now consolidated. This was point number one of the whole exchange sacrifice. Consolidate the pawn on c7. He has done that. Next, though, we need to get our king and knight involved. And basically, Black's whole strategy for several moves has been like, at the very least, I want to keep these two king pieces out. But if Black has no active plan, we will get those pieces in. Okay, here's a plan. I'm beginning to see some things. f3. Well, now, wait a second. Okay, let's go here. Bishop g6. King f2. Now, I had to go here because otherwise you're going to get your knight out. Okay. Rook f8. With the intention of getting active. Maybe I can just play g3 though. Say no. No, you cannot, my friend. If e4, I play f4. And then, once I play f4, your bishop becomes poor. Black is so desperate to get the rook involved, though, maybe he could consider even sacking the pawn just to get the rook active. Obviously, there's controversy there. It's also unclear, like, what is it exactly you're doing to me here, buddy? Right? Okay. So, boom, boom. I like f3. Sam's calculating it out. Drew's talking about b5 and maybe, but notice that when you play b5, I can then play rook a8, and you've lost your a5 square. All right, bud, give me a gut check on there. Oh, yeah, this is pretty exciting game here. King f1 is played.
Oh.
Okay, I did not call that. I'm not a GM today.
Ain't no GM. I don't think that's really a big threat. Because bishop's protected, pawn's protected.
Okay, so let's talk about it. The intention is that we didn't like f3 for reasons that I'm not sure I understand. And we want to play king here with tempo. If rook f8, I think we're just going to play g3 to keep him out. And while it's true that the bishop is dominating our knight is also controlling those bishop entrance squares.
So
And
Harry says the draw offer was declined.
what did Dubov make a draw offer? Holy moly, that would have been unreasonable. Now he's got 8 minutes left. He's got like 6 moves to make. It's hot. All right, we got rook a6. Good move. So now the rook is saying, hey, buddy, I'm coming. I will be active. Rook a6 is just a good move, honestly. And then he's going to be threatening rook c6. This could go bad for our hero. This could go bad for our hero. All right, key variation. King e2, rook c6, king e3. Let's put the bishop here on g6. And then I'll go knight f3, touching the coconut.
Oh, it looks like FIDE had to clip a part out. Why don't we go knight takes e5, and then that's a fork for G C crispy critters, and then that's a
Charlie's saying Dubov kind of a chump with the draw offers for real. Yeah. Well, he's only gonna he has enough chess culture. He's only gonna offer it once. Now I didn't see it, so I can't confirm. We got king e2 on the board.
Mr. Bass.
Yeah.
Show me that variation
Which one?
that you were just on.
All right. So rook a6, king e2, rook c6, king e3, and I just put the bishop
Knight
on.
F3.
I just put the bishop on g6,
And then knight f3.
and then knight f3.
You
Right.
cooked them there. Alright, so
Did I really cook him though?
It's over at that point.
It's over. I don't know if it's over. It is our intention, okay? And what is the intention? Our intention is to say, I want to kick this bishop from the square for reasons Cry doesn't fully understand. I don't want to play f3.
He's the guy.
Maybe a simple way to talk about it actually is the issue with f3 is that it then makes difficult for the knight to come to f3.
It makes difficult.
It makes difficult. Another simple plan for black could be rook c6, king e3, rook c4 to hold the bishop. However, if you do it this way, you gotta wonder, can I get in with b5 stuff? There's a lot to worry about here. Oh my gosh. Also, if I go king e3, maybe there's this power move. Ba-bam. Hard to evaluate. Muchos hardos to evaluate. Now, I do think we're in control, so we're not going to take no draw, especially when you're in time pressure here. King e2 played, rook c6 as expected. Now, Sam's dream from the beginning here was to play king e3. And he's going to try to calculate what kind of special salves for the bows he could get. Yeah, we really want to get our knight to like d3 or f3 and touch the coconut on e5. So on king e3, black has two moves, rook c4 and rook c1.
Touch the coconut. Touch the coconut. Oh, whoa. Patrick Daly has some stuff to say.
Drew Clark says f3 now, maybe. But nota bene that it's really hard to get the knight d3 off after that. Now, Chump GM would probably play king e3. Maybe that would be a wrong thing to do, but
Well, we
Chump
know-
GM might do it, just be like, okay, I want to see whether it's c1 or c4.
Well, Dubov's obviously a chump. He offered the draw. You don't do draws in the dojo.
There's no draws in the dojo, bud. Give me a fist bump for that. There's no draws in the dojo. What are you talking about, pirate? One of the things, Sam is looking for problem-like solutions, which he has the time to kind of map out, and his opponent doesn't have that much. So the benefit of the extra time here is to find something dirty. To find something dirty and gross. And it's a bummer where, okay, both king e3 and rook c1 look concerning, Rook c4 looks concerning because then he is talking to my coconut over here.
Patrick Daly and Drew Clark are saying f3 and h5.
H5 would be a very ambitious
Yeah,
move.
Tapioca King, no jobs in the dojo.
H5. Okay, we got to move. King d2.
King, okay. Let me see. I would maybe start thinking about King e3, attacking that bishop.
Well, he just decided not to play King e3, bro.
Well, unfortunately.
Now, does King d2 have a threat?
I don't know. What does Patrick Daly think?
What does Patrick Daly think? What about you, buddy? What does Patrick Daly think?
My move was gonna be e3, king.
Okay, what I want to know is what is Sam's intention after the basic rook c4?
I mean, if he gets really desperate, h5. You just start pushing them pawns, or b5, or just...
Drew Clark loves King d2 the second he's out. I don't. To me, it looks like a move we're just we're messing with him a little bit, but it's not clear we have a plan because we really wanted to. We need to hit the bishop so that we can play knight d3. But let's say it's our move here. What is White's next move?
Patrick needs more coffee.
I need some more coffee.
I could go get you some coffee.
You'd have to ask your mom to make it though, bud. You don't. But you could get me. You know what you could do, bud? Get me another tea. You can even use that same tea bag. And then you got to get to school, buddy. Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cry. I have to head out.
All right. Cool, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the stream.
See ya.
All
Bye,
right.
guys.
All right. We are officially at 5 minutes to move. I don't understand King D2. I no lo puedo comprender esto. Maybe it's like this. I don't like it, but I'm just going to mention it. Here, here, here. And then I don't know. I don't get it. No, I don't get it. All right. That energy needs a potty break over here. King C8 play. Do I understand King C8? No, I don't. I'm going to come back in a second and figure it out. All right, my friends, I got covered. Normally I have to do things, but today I do not. King C8, maybe just a move that says, hey, I'm just going to sit here and wonder what you're going to do, buddy. I guess there's some scenario where King C8 is useful because I get out of knight e5, check, that's useful. And someday I might be, like if the bishop, I might be working against the bishop coming back through b6. So maybe a reasonable move. It's also a move that just says, Sam, This king d2, it looks to me like you're just stopping me from doing what I want to do. But what I want to know, Sam, is what are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do? You can't knock my bishop off that diagonal. You know? It's not like you're zugzwanging me with king d2 or something. Also, I might make it easier to ever face b5, b6. Notice what I said, you guys. We get the pawns to b5, b6. It's not the end of the world for black. So h5 would be a very ambitious move. The pawn, of course, could be lost later. If we do something like f3, g4, or whatever, you know, the knight could dream about coming to e3, but the e3 square is not, so what? So what? You got your knight to e3. You wanted to talk to my coconut on e5. Rudias doesn't like king c8 and wanted rook c4, but I kind of get it. Like, what does white want? That's what he's saying. We got to move. g4. Okay. I was thinking, this crossed my mind. So the craziness of g4 is to say, I'm waiting on f3. I'm waiting on f3. But eventually, it's going to be f3 followed by knight g2. And we're hoping that these pawns have what we're sometimes called as kinetic energy. So we don't know how they could become queens, but we have dreams of them becoming queens. They're just a little closer to the other side of the board. Okay. We are in a scrum now, where dude's got a couple minutes. He's going to make time control. And the question is Sam like doing anything tricky here? Or if black wanted, could he just play king b7 and say, what? Right? Now, when we push these pawns, we're in danger of losing one of them. It's not implausible for us to lose one of them. And this whole thing of like f3, knight g2, e3, I don't know what the knight does when I get there, bro. You know? I don't know. It does seem, though, that now black could play h6 and then park the bishop here. But even if he had to park the bishop here after f3, I don't know why that's a terrible thing for black. Rook c4 played. This is where Boutius is like, whoa. Rudius Boutius is like, we should have done that last move, buddy. Now, let me stress, this could go bad for us. This could go bad. Now, for example, the rook always has the f4 square. All right, we are anticipating f3 now. Maybe let's do a variation. f3, bishop here. And we cannot, no lo puedo, knight g2, unfortunately, because of rook c2. That was no good. Oh. This king d2 move, I don't know, man. Okay, so g4 might be an example of a move which is pushing the envelope a little too far because you're giving this square. We do have a move, f3. We're anticipating now bishop b1. Unfortunately for white, black's, at least those two moves are easy to play. I don't see a move for white, by the way, after bishop b1. I don't know what it is that we do. Maybe h5? But still, we're not doing nothing. Maybe bishop b1, h5. Where we have to say I don't really have a threat. And e4 would now be a thing because f4, e3 takes rook here. King, let's say, put it on here, here. Now it's true, okay. that's okay for us. I don't think we're going to get wasted. All right, so I guess, White is saying, we're going to play h5 and say what? We're going to say, you're in strategic, Zugzwang. I realize, and because you can't play, e4 would be the only move I could see that would mess with our coconuts. Surprising that I think it's a little surprising he's thinking here. He can't be away from the board. I don't even know if I want to look. He can't be away from the board. He's thinking about, well, what other move is he thinking about? I guess he could think about bishop b7, and then if knight d3, he's going to say, well, I'm going to pop you in the face with e4. Then I'll play knight e5, though. Oh, wait a second. Bishop b7, knight d3, there's bishop f3. Okay, it's at least something for him to think about. I see what he's thinking about. So he's thinking, now one hilarious thing is if rook g4, if I take the rook, I think that's a draw, but I do get to take that thing, and that's not a draw. All right, so he's about to move. He's trying to evaluate. I don't see a problem with bishop b1, but he is seeing if he's got more juice. By the way, bishop b7, I could start with king e3. I don't have to do anything fancy yet. Bishop b1. I'm a GM today. And this GM would have played that move a little faster, but we're going to see if Sam's got anything special here. Knight g2 is unfortunately a gross blunder for us due to rook c2. The only thing I had for him was h5, just to kind of build the position. Now, objectively, it's feeling like a draw, but Sam's already proven that he's willing to gamble here. It's cool that this bishop is holding this down, but it's also sad that I can never really bring it back to do things on the dark squares. Okay, we got some moves. h5, I'm a GM today. All right, question for Dubov. Does he have anything? Anything to do? By the way, we got questions in chat about the time. I think Dubov's fine. Dubov's fine, unless we find some move here that really, like, which we have. Well, I don't see what it's going to be. I don't see anything for white other than sitting, in which case it's going to be easy for black to make moves. A default move here for black would be h6. I thought he should have played h6 a while back, but okay, whatever. He's thinking about e4. I think e4 is not good, but it is a thought. One thought with e4 actually would be, now normally it's controversial because you're putting it on the same color, but you could claim, well, there's no knight g2 because of that. But unless you play e3, I will do this, right? There's interesting questions here. Okay, we got to move king b7, so that's the sitting move. All right, so I think we might, unless Sam finds an idea here, black, I think, can easily force a draw. As an example, king here, check, here, back. What are we doing? White can't move. And even king e3, I'm not... Okay, I just had an idea. I don't know how I feel about it, but I don't think we're threatening anything. So if we got super fancy and played here, controversial because we're allowing him to pop us open like that. But the intention would be, hey, I want to get my knight out. Pawn takes, bishop takes, you ain't getting your knight out. F4 is real scary, maybe. The whole drama is getting this knight out. He knight E1'd himself so hard in this game. All right, so Sam's gonna think about it a little bit. Well, Skebix, he can dream about this kind of thing, and I get the knight out, right? I don't know. Just to make a point, though, well, yeah. As the song says, I can dream about you if I can't hold you tonight. I can dream about you if I can't hold you tonight. One thing that's a little hard to evaluate is like, even if I could achieve some of those positions, am I really playing for something as white? If I lose this coconut or that coconut, I'm done. Esperosa's singing the praises of King B7, okay. All right, we have King E3. And Rook C3 is the obvious move for him to play to end the time pressure scramble. It's not really a scramble, a little bit, time pressure. And I guess I'm going to say the position feels equalish to me. We got Rook C3 check. Robin says black is the one that's pressing. It's probably fine to say that. I don't mind saying that. I don't know if Sam knows that, though. I don't know if anyone told Sam. All right, you guys, let's just ask ourselves a question. If it were white's move and I could get knight G2 off, would I be playing for something then? I think I'm not getting crushed. I think, okay, let me put it that way, Robin. If I get to play knight G2, then I'm going to say I have the right to play for something. So that creates the question for Dubuff, who unfortunately for Team Dojo has a lot of time to think. He just plays E4 and says, boom. Now, E4 is just a natural move in so many respects. Unfortunately for us, well, there's a variety of things that are wrong with knight G2. All right, if we play Fe4, bishop E4, then we got to say, bruv, that's not what we wanted. Next question is black threatening E3? So I think, by the way, that E4 was played a little fastish for me. It's an intuitive call, I think. Because the big question is F4. Again, in general, black doesn't want to put the pawn on the light squares. Now, a couple things have now changed with F4. Now, after f5, I will be threatening maybe h6. f4, Sam is a courageous man. f4 is the only move where white can say, hey, I'm the one pushing. Also, I think he would just be worse with anything else too, so he might be worse somehow here with f4. I haven't seen it yet. The pawn could certainly become a victim, and let's just say it's white's move for a sec. Let's say we play knight g2, okay? Rook c2, king g3, rook c3. You are not going to be able to crush my coconuts, right? You have to go back. So curiously, I'm not sure we're even threatening knight g2 here. We might, however, be... Well, if we ever play f5, I think he could play h6. I'm concerned. Now, I do feel reasonable for white in this position. I feel like we've prevented this thing from happening, and it's not too easy for black to do his thing. Okay. So, if that's the case, what is black's big building move after f4? Skevik says, I don't like f4 at all. Any move that gives my opponent a pass pawn after, I think, for only 1 minute can't be good. Well, let's just say, Skevik, if we don't play f4, it's not just about giving black the pass pawn. We would have given black the ability to dominate our knight. So that's ultimately what's about. That pawn, I don't know how fast it is, by the way. That pawn, it could become a weakness, and it's definitely blocking this bishop. Now, Robin's talking about bishop a2, white is bishop e6, but I think we're happy to play f5 whenever he gives us the chance. All right, I'm going to guess that Dubov thinks for a moment, this is my momentito to get a coffee, my friends. This is my momentito. Whew. Actually, before we do momentito, let's just do a quick recap of what's going on in the other games. So, we got Sindarov, Svana. Let's say just gut look at it. Well, white's up a pawn, buddy. So he might get it back, but white's up a pawn. All right, Aragaisi, Aronian. Oh, that's some spicy sauce. Well, hard to say, but we're going to believe in Aragaisi there. We got Shankland, Donchenko draws, Sargissian draws, Esipenko draws, Sevian Wei Yi. That can't be the right position. It's too early in the game looking. What's going on here? Oh, here's the actual position. So we're going to call that a draw. Okay. And then we got Jose Martinez drew. Okay, so basically one of the bummers that the dojo, by the way, this is our big critique of this whole tournament. It's being decided in blitz. There's so few of these things are actually being decided in the classical. It's just going to blitz. And that's how we're deciding people. Okay, let's go back. Ba-bam. We got f4 on the board. I'm going to go get a coffee. I'm going to leave it right here. Ba-bam. All right, here we go. Bishop A2. Somebody called that out in chat. And now F5. Whew. Okay. This is some fun stuff, my friends. Now, if I was black, I'd be interested in ye old F6, H6. Now, one problem with ye old H6 is if I ever got my bishop back to this diagonal, I'd be wasting him. All right, bishop C4 is played. Now, I think bishop C4, of which he thinks a long time. Grenborg, what are you saying? On Twitch, past broadcasts are stopped 6 days ago. Just saying, what does that mean? Okay, so bishop C4 seems to continue the long-term game plan of just preventing this knight from getting out. So if you play knight G2 now, this dirty check is going to come. And after you go anywhere, we'll actually play E3 before we check you. And then we're going to check you next. And then you're going to be host. That's a little bit more than a check, right? Okay. So bishop C4 prevents knight G2. Is white in a friendly thing called Zugzwang? This bishop will also help this pawn if it gets the E2 square. Sam might have, we don't want to talk about the pooch too much, but you know what they say about the pooch. That looks like a nice move. Bishop B6 was played. Ha ha! Take that! Nice move, Sam. Now, by the way, he might have missed this move. Oh, nice move. Now, I just want to come back to something else I was saying earlier. I was saying now that this F5 thing is on the board, Bishop D4 is looking like a hell of a drug. Did I say it? Now, did I find Bishop B6? I did not. However, I did say that all of a sudden now we've got this idea. Whoo! Okay, Twitch automatically saving broadcasts so you can watch stream if you missed it on Chess Dojo channel. List of saved broadcasts are ended 6 days ago. Now, is that something that... Tell me what I need to do. Tell me what I need to do, Grenborg, because I'm not the technologically advanced one, and Firesnap has left the building. All right, Bishop B6. As I mentioned, Bishop B6 is headed to D4 now. And what I really wanted to mention, though, was I said about a gazillion hours ago, I was like, this is going to get into endgame study territory. Weird stuff is going to happen. So it doesn't matter that we might say it's an equal position, yada, yada. Right? This is fire here. Now, there's questions. One of the beautiful things, too, about the bishop coming back is that it just helps us defend all the E3 caca. You know? All the E3 caca no longer pertains. All right, this is now a very fancy moment. I have a feeling he missed Bishop B6. It's a very easy move to miss. Oh, yeah, that's a nice one. That is so satisfying. Oh, buddy. All right, he's thinking about his move. I'm looking at the live stream. Bishop C4 really looked like a world crusher, but it gave one opportunity. And remember, you guys were saying King B7 was a cool move because it stopped King B6. I mean, Bishop B6. Hello. Hello. And you know this. Remember, actually, I'm gonna give myself props too. I said, look, when we play H4, H5, it's like what we're doing is we are giving ourselves el oportunidad for kinetic energy with our pawns, even if we don't know exactly how that's going to go down. Now, bishop d5, good move. All right, bishop d5, good move. Now, bishop d4, we have a simple problemito and casito, and that is rook c7. It's hot. Now, one thing we could do, it's totally weird, is we could play bishop c5, king c7, bishop d4. We got to say there, though, even then we're winning. Maybe it's cool that we're winning the g7 pawn, but we haven't ended his life. And he can always throw in e3 if he thinks that's cool. Okay. So king takes b6 is on the table. I'm watching the live stream over here. We have a move, bishop d4. Now I have to admit I did not consider this move strongly. It seems to suggest that rook c7 is now el move. And what am I missing? Oh, he plays bishop d4, e3 check. I'm missing some things. Hold on, Cry. What's going on? What's going on? There's a little bit of non comprende from me about what is happening here. Okay, time out. First thing I need to understand is rook c7 is it g5? No, because then he's got rook f7. Right? I think so. But maybe knight g2 with the claim that I am going to achieve brutal taxation on the g7 square. All right, e3. We need to say that white is now on top. Okay? We just need to say it. Because we are definitely on top. Here it comes. All right. We're looking good. Sam's thinking about e3. He's got plenty of time. This game, the time pressure is, again, like if you imagine this game's going to go another 20 moves, well, he's down to 1 minute a move. And I'll say from experience, this kind of position, you might be able to make a couple moves quickly. Like you might have a series of moves, which gets played quickly. But you will have at least one position that's an endgame study. That there's going to be some dirty stuff going on. Okay? So that's my take on the dirt. Here we go. Bishop takes e3. Thank you very much. People in the chat talking about rook c4. That's probably the right idea. The good news for us is I don't feel we can lose it anymore. But it's true that that's a very annoying move. We got a lot of play. I mean, rook c4, let's think about G5. And there's a lot of questions. All right, Rook C4 played. All right, big moment for Sam. We have King G3. We have G5. And maybe there's some other fancy move that I haven't considered yet, too. Like, I don't think... Like, maybe Knight D3. I don't know. I'm going to give a strong I don't know to that one. Like here, imagine Knight D3, Rook G4, Bishop F4. Let's continue. Bishop E4 looks like a losing move, but it's not over yet. So if I take here, you take here. Well, look at that position. Whoa, buddy, there's no Rook F5. Remember what I said about the old the old endgame studies? Now even here, I don't know what's going on. Rook F1. We could play Knight D6, Knight E8. I assume Black's holding that. All right, we got some moves. I know we don't have moves. Yeah, this is where it's hard to have the energy to be like, all right, I'm going to think for 10 minutes. This is where you need real focus. Let's go check out Sam's demeanor here for a second. Okay, Sam's locked in. People do lose energy at this stage of the business. It's definitely easy to lose the energy. You've been cooking this whole time. Your opponent's defending like nails. Both sides have made probably mistakes. All right, we got 3 candidate moves. G5, King G3, Knight D3. Am I missing anything? All right, Samuel, you need to tank, bruvs. Bruvs needs to tank. Patrick Daly is thinking G5, Rook G4, G6, H6, and we lose the pawn. But look, bud, I don't know about that at all, Patrick Daly. If I get my big fatty bishop to here, it doesn't matter. If I win this thing, holy carolies. And I don't think you win that thing so easy. My knight is now loose. Loose as a goose in the noose. That would be very ambitious to play H6. That would be like saying you have all the time. You don't have all the time in the world. I can even play H6 and Bishop G, H6. All right, so that isn't to say he should play G5. I don't know. But I just know that's one of his possibilidades. If I was going to be concerned with G5, it'd be more like this. Rook C4, G5, sniff. Get rid of that thing. And now, let's say Knight D3. Also, another one I'd be concerned with is Rook H4, direct to Mundo. Maybe that would be the one that concerns me as the first question. But notice, okay, let's say you do this. You can check me. I don't know what it does, though. And I go here. You haven't taken my coconut off the board yet. See? Coconut is, well, see, this is freaky positions. No, there's no bishop f5 because of this. Remember what I said about the endgame study? We're here. This is the endgame study. In general, I don't want to put my pawn there, Patrick, but I get it that you're not worried about. White, by the way, wants to win this thing. I don't think White's dreaming of a white Christmas. Now, maybe it is just equal, but White is dreaming for more here. All right, Sam. G5, King G3. So kind of weird. And you know the other one that we could do? The other candidate move? Oh, I didn't even notice it first. We could play B5. And so we're saying, if Rook G4, I achieve this thing. Doesn't mean I'm winning it, but it means you're scared. You should be anyway. Okay, so B5, and then if Rook takes, we'll revert to this stuff. If King takes, we'll say, well, I got my pawn down there. And then I can talk to him doing other things. Right? Okay. Whew. So we got B5, G5, King G3, maybe Knight D3. UA is saying Sam should tank at least 15 minutes. Yeah, this is what you have the time for. You don't have the time to put your opponent under a little bit of stress. That might be cool. You have it for this momentito where you really need it. And I definitely think a difference between the chump GM set like myself and these guys is like, I'll definitely get tired here, man. And when you're tired, it's easy to make an impulsive move. And real strength is when you can sit and really come up with some dark ideas for Black to deal with. Again, it might be the case that Black is totally fine. Maybe. But we definitely want to put some stress onto the Black position. Like imagine you're looking at some line and you find an idea like that Bishop B6 move, right? Well, yeah, we want to do something like that. I think also, like, when you think about somebody who is a great blitz player, rapid player like Dubov, I don't know if he wants to be thinking. He might not like to think. All right, we got King G3 played. We're going to call that the most natural of these moves. And the challenge of King G3 is, what is our intention after King here? One very simple move for White would be Bishop C5 now, intending Bishop F8. Also holding our pawn. Notice, though, Bishop C5, Rook C1. We can't. The knight is finally prosecuted. The knight is finally prosecuted. And I don't think we have anything better, right, than King F2. And then he can go back. And I don't think we have anything better than this. All right, so we have King G3 on the board. King C7 played. I'm a GM today. Now, let's talk. Knight D3, the basic problem is Rook C3. What is the basic problem? I still need my knight out, bruv. I still need my knight out. This is a basic threat. On Bishop C5, it looks like Rook C1 at least holds a draw. I'm sure, by the way, that Sam saw king g3, king c7. He's thinking about it. I don't know what his idea is yet. At some point, we could consider h6. I don't know. Well, the other thing that's weird about this position actually is, in addition to, king c7, Sam also had to calculate rook e4. I don't think rook e4 does it. Because then I go bishop f2 and I'm threatening this stuff. Okay, so king c7. It's a little surprising. This is a little bit against Sam's MO that he's not instantly playing it, because king g3 was like the big decision, and king c7 is the most natural response. And usually Sam bolts it out here. Now the good news is, if we decide we have absolutely nothing, we play like h6 and we make a draw. He plays b5. That's what we said too. Huh? Didn't we say that? Okay, good. Okay, this is very simple play. Raven says, hey, I'm starting to really get into chess, but I can't really grasp the ideas of these 1 hour long games. How do you go about tackling it? Sorry if the question is weird. Well, first, Raven, if you don't get it, I don't get a lot of this either. It's hard, man. Yeah. Actually, let's do a little breakdown of this position. A dynamic that I mentioned ages ago that very much still applies here is that we have the bishops of opposite color. And that means that it's going to be really hard to break through with our passed pawns, number one. And that if we're going to do something, we need to do it on the dark squares. A really cool thing for us happening now is all our pawns are on light squares. That means that our square control, we control the light squares with the pawns, and the bishop does the dark squares. Now, if our knight could find a way out of its dungeon, we should be doing absolutely fantastic. Okay? Absolutely fantastic. It's difficult to find the way out. However, like once we fix this pawn, like we're going to put this pawn here, we're the one with the juice. Okay? We're the one with the juice. So, kind of like Sam's position here. And Raven, when we're analyzing this, we're trying to see it from their point of view, because we're not turning on an engine. The engine would just tell us the answer. It probably will say something dumb like, it's equal. I don't know. But it'll also probably switch a couple times because somebody's going to make a mistake. That's the whole thing about chess. In the position, especially like a position like this, somebody's going to make a mistake. And the other good piece of news for White is I don't think he can lose. He would have to take some kind of risk in order to lose this position. So that's my 2 cents. I like White's position quite a bit. Maybe he can't win, but if we get the knight out any which way, we're going to have some good things happening for us. All right, king d6. As an example, was that the right move? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Now the king, now that he's taking the pawn, something that he can legitimately say is the b pawn, while cool looking, is ultimately a tourist. It's not going anywhere. That's one of the things about the opposite color bishops. The thing about the pawn on b6, though, is that's the kind of pawn where we could generate some kind of explosive endgame tactic later, right? That's the kind of thing where we might get some kind of tactic later. So default move for Sam, definitely b6 right now. Why do I? By the way, I'm not sure white has an advantage. I'm just saying I'd rather be white. I'm the one who can do things here. I don't think I can lose. That's why I like white. If we fix our knight, if he gets out of his dungeon, then I really like white. So default move for Sam is b6. That's just the default. It's be like, well, we got to put it there anyway. Is this king doing anything, though? I don't think so. He's clearly dreaming of messing around with us or something. That's not very nice. But notice, let's say we play b6. I don't think he should do this, because now our knight gets out. Knight f3 or knight d3. King e4, knight f4. And I'm going to get out. All right, we got to move. b6. I'm a GM today. Here we go, b6. Another cool thing that I'm noticing is that if king e5, we can play bishop f4 because of rook f4, knight e3. Now, maybe bishop f4 is not that special. He'll just play king e4, but it's kind of special. If I got my bishop to c7, I think that would be a cool spot to be. Again, though, the bishop, where does it really want to be? It wants to be somewhere on this diagonal to peg. Don't say peg. Anyways, he wants to peg that pawn. Yeah, I think this is a hard momentito for black. Hard momentito. One of the things we realized earlier is we think Dubov offered a draw. I didn't see it earlier, but we think Dubov offered the draw, and Sam said no. And it was a deliberate and spicy no. No draw for you, buddy. Yeah. I think there's a variety of ways for white to build a position. In addition to knight d3 at some point, knight f3 at some point, we can do h6. We can do bishop f4, bishop c7. Is there any advantage for white to push its king up to h4 and perhaps with its pawns to take pressure away from the knight? But the knight needs the king, though. The knight needs the king to be like, hey, help me out. Help me find a square to get out of here. All right, I'll be right back. Rook c3 played. All right, potentially annoying. All right, rook c3 asks an obvious question. It's saying, Sam, listen up, buddy. If you play king f4, I'm going to check your business. And if you go back, I'm going to ask you what you want. Now, if you go forward, you might be insane. You might be technologically insane. But maybe you could do this. But you're asking for it because of h6. And your knight really ain't getting out. But all right, that's one pathway. If we go to f2, then we can consider king e5. But king e5 allows knight f3. Now, by the way, it's something I'm not entirely clear on. Is like, just to look at it for a second. Do I feel white has any chances here? Hard, because our king is so pinned down. It's totally pinned down. So probably black is fine here. And that's a bummer, because if he's fine there, like, that's in some ways our dream, because our knight got out. Because our knight got out, right? Okay, rook c3. We are tanking on this move, by the way. Hearts on Fire says this is the end of the game. Maybe. Rudius says this is surely a draw. I don't know. I think people said that about 2 hours ago. And maybe it was even surely a draw then. But I didn't know it. And don't call me Shirley. Okay. King f2. King e5. I cannot play knight g2 still. Okay, now I play h6. Well, I'm doing things here. I'm doing things here for sure. Timeout. I'm doing things. Maybe then, if that's true, the key question is rook c4 after king f2. All right, we got to move. King f4, check. Now, my guess is Sam is just going to repeat once and play king g3. To me, king g5 is like, holy moly vicious. That's a holy moly vicious. I don't know if I'm ready for that. It does not seem like he loses on king g5, though, because since this is a dark square, he can't really persecute me. Like rook e4, I got bishop f2. So king g5, I put it on the board. It freaked me out, though. So Sam now has the choice. Does he want to play king g5, or does he just want to repeat with king g3? I like this trick that Firesnap taught me, where you just hit there's a little live thing you click on the board feed of these two animals. He's tanking on this decision here. Wow, this is Can we check with the engine after the game is over? Yeah, we'll check. Yeah, I'm sure both sides made numerous mistakes. That's okay. Also on king g5, I think you would want to worry a little bit about just the basic king e5. No. Maybe king e5. Knight d3, he's got king e4. I don't know what's going on. Oh. And so, as an example, king g5, h6 can always be thrown in. King e5, bishop f2. And then I was thinking it might be clever to play like h6, king h4, and then the basic Areno king e4. We're just saying, buddy, you you no puedo el nighty do, you know puedo. That's what that looks like. Which of the underdogs in this tournament have impressed you the most? Well, the underdogs, dude, they're basically winning the tournament. Sam is a total underdog. I don't know anything about this Svana kids, the Svana, die Gebruder Svana. I don't know anything about those kids, man. So that's got to be an impression. But basically, one of these under 2700s is gonna make it. Okay, we got a move play. King g5. Thanks. Sam, don't play, dude. He don't care. Okay, so this one really scares me because h6 forces king h4. At that point, my king is away. And when one of the mice away, the dogs will play or something like that, you know? And stuff like king e5, king e4 seems like we're just inviting him into our coconuts. And again, our knight is not fixed. All right, h6 check. King h4. Now, to me, the scary move is king e5. Black might have other moves. If black does nothing, I mean, I don't like this. You know, I could tell myself a story. I want to do this and this. All right, let's be clear. This is highly worrisome because our knight is terrible. However, if our bishop gets to anywhere on this diagonal, then we have things to say. The other point about king e5 is we might be threatening f6 now. I say might because gf, bishop takes, f5 is a problemito in the casito. Okay? Yeah, let's just put it this way. Dubov is definitely under a minute to move. It might seem like you have more time, but it's difficult. Now, he's playing, let's say, just a basic strategy, which is I need to keep the knight on lockdown. One bummer about this bishop e4 move, though, is it's taking away the e4 square from the king. And one very basic question I have is why can't we play f6? We can also play bishop f4 to c7 now. Okay, wait. So, basics first. He is threatening bishop f5. Sam calmly plays king g3. He says, I don't want any piece of it. I didn't like bishop e4. That could have potentially been a mistake. Again, when we get to this time pressure situation, both sides will make mistakes. I think we're threatening. I would be worried if I was black about the move f6. Oh yeah, it's time pressure, my friends. Good point from Patrick. If I had played f6, bishop f5 was a thing. Yeah, that looks to be true. Good. So the very basic king g3, I'm not sure about this bishop e4 move. So the whole problem with my business before was like my king went to h4, made me real nervous. But bishop e4 doesn't make me nervous. Now I come back, he has to think about f6. We got rook b4. We're going to call that a natural move. Okay. We have bishop f4 to c7. We have f6. f6, black could just say, I'm at least holding that, because gf, bishop h6, rook b6, so what? We could consider knight f3 now, but as I talked about earlier, I wasn't sure that we have anything if just bishop takes, king takes. Let's say bishop takes, king e5. Again, we're looking for study-like solutions here while he is in time pressure. Patrick says maybe h6 provoking it was genius. Maybe. If we can get a bishop to d4, it is truly a bad boy scenario. Now, one dumb thing to say is king f4, he has no good discovered checks. That doesn't mean anything, though. Because what are we going to do? We just have to go back if he moves the bishop. So we want to stress knight f3 is possible. And then if rook b3, we have king f4. Knight f3 played, I'm a GM today. Now, where I don't know if I'm a GM is what about snip snap? All right, so let's look at snip snap. It's a little different than the position we had before because black's king is not yet on e5. So let's put it on e5. And you see what I'm worried about. If he gets to move, he goes here, and I have precisely nothing. If I go here hoping for this kind of thing, he's got this. Bishop f3. So that was our concern. So I think black's claim is here is that he is just fine. And I think king e5 is definitely the move. If you go rook b3, I have king e4, and then I can build the position that way. So king e5, do we have anything fancy for black here? I don't see it. Okay, we got to move. King e5, I'm a GM today. And now, Mr. Sam, do you have anything here, buddy? I don't see it yet. Okay, so Sam needs an idea, or this is just going to be a draw. So, bishop c5, rook b3, bishop e3. Where is David's eval bar? Well, better question is, where's David? He's the one who wanted to do this commentary thing all the time, and now I'm sucked into it. David said he had a health collapse, and normally he doesn't do the tie breaks anyway because he's opposed to tie breaks. And then he had told his wife at the beginning, he's like, hey, since I'm not doing tie breaks, I'll have every third day off or something. So today he was supposed to be here, but he had said he was suffering health-wise, which, dude, I'm surprised he even lives. Because he covers the full commentary. I'm going to end this thing, on this whenever this game's done. He'll go until all the games are done, dude. He doesn't play. Tell me the knight was your pride and joy of the position, and now it's an equal trade. I hope he's okay too. So the problem is, from an idealistic standpoint, it was cool that we got the knight out and we got traded. But the issue is, it's very unclear how we're supposed to make progress here. It is super unclear to me. Dubov has left the board. Sam's kind of sitting there. He's playing bishop d2. So I think this is an implicit draw offer. So if rook takes, he has bishop c3, so that's not going to happen. We're going to see rook b3, bishop e3, and then black doesn't have anything better than to go back. We have rook b3 check, bishop e3. Yeah, we might get a draw here. They offered a draw agreed. Okay, well, there it is. I thought that was a great game. And now to conclude this fine session, we're going to look at the El Analysiso. Hoo-wee! Hasn't Sam published books on these kinds of endgames? Well, it doesn't matter if it's a draw or not. If it's a draw, it doesn't matter if you published a book. All right, here we go. Let's start with knight a3. Can you guys, can you see this thing? Let me make a jadoob. Here, let's just make a little jadoob here. So I'll make this smaller, and I'll expand to see the this business over here. Okay, so knight a3, queen d7. Computer says best move. And now I was thinking about c3, and Sam played the very weird c4. Now, I was thinking b4 was actually like for forced. But then this guy played knight a5 instantly. So mistake number one. Snip, snop, snook, snark, snook. So here we're going to say Cry was a GM today because this looks like a small advantage for white. Black plays d5. I don't like it at all. Computer doesn't like it either. Though it doesn't mark it as a mistake. I don't know. That's a chess.com thing. To me, it's an obvious mistake. Knight e5. Queen e6. Now, here was the big one. What was wrong with Chump GM's knight c6? It's showing knight c6. Maybe you guys see it too well. Because my screen's a little tiny there. I don't know. All right, I'll tell you what. Time out. Let me make this big. I will make myself small for a second. Just so you can see L eval. I will minimize my ego for this. So it's saying knight c6.38. And you know what? We had somebody saying d4. And I just want to admit I don't get it. So let's look at d4. Snippo snappo. Let's go over here. Something's wrong with DE4 that I don't immediately see. Queen e6, fe6, bishop d2. That's very abstract to me. Very abstract. Okay, Sam also thought that was too abstract. So he played Queen e6. He played what the computer thinks is the third best move. Also, we had somebody, I think it was Skebek saying ED5, Bishop D. No, it was Patrick Daly saying ED5, Bishop D5, Queen C3. That was also on the table. I thought Sam's move was very human. And I don't think DE4 deserves an exclam, computer. Come on. All right, knight E4 forced, Bishop E3, and here's an interesting eval. So black is down a pawn, but he has the bishop. And remember what I said, like back in the day, I think people would just say black is clearly worse. And here the computer's like, God, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, Bishop D5, maybe an exclam. And Rook AC1 is so far the best move. Bishop B4, and now we get this amazing Rook C7. What does the computer think? It wants Rook E2 with an equal position. Sam's like, I'm a fighter. Look at this. Okay. So, Rook F7. Computer just wants to take the rook back. B6. Knight D6. It's just saying equal the whole way out. Look at this. Knight D3. He finds our best moves. Knight C4. Look at this. Knight E1. It still calls it equal. King F7. It's saying Bishop D4. Okay, that's a good point. So E5 is in fact the best move because King F7, Bishop D4. I wanted Knight G5, B4. Computer's ruthless, dude. It's just like equal all the time. Here it wants Bishop C5. We weren't thinking, no one thought about that. Knight E1, God, that was a weird move. God damn, Sam. God damn, bro. Still says it's equal. Still says it's equal. This just feels like the magic is all gone here. Okay, King D2 definitely looks a little funky. Now notice with the Knight F3 stuff, it's kind of similar to the game where we really kind of need the extra juice of the knight, you know. So here maybe he's a little worse. And it wanted not Bishop B1, but Bishop B7, followed by E4. We talked about that. King E3 doesn't like it. It wants King E2. However, the correct move here is somehow E4. I think I mentioned E4 actually. I did mention it. Check. E4. F4. And now I was thinking E3, King F3 was no bueno. But what's the actual problem? He's going to come around the mountain. That's the problem. Yeah, we're hosed here. Dang, I bet he missed that. He plays it. He plays Bishop A2 later, too. Bishop A2. F5, question mark. He's still missing E3. They're both missing it. Bishop C4, Bishop B6, and now the computer's back to equal. Good move, E3, it says. In fact, yeah, I mean, it's equal all around. It's just equals all around. Doesn't matter what you do. It's all equal. Okay, equal. So I got that one right. I had a feeling this was equal. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, real eventful with 8 draws. So ultimately, some minor mistakes, but kind of a well-played game. Sam gambles, and dude didn't have the time to take advantage of it. I think also Dubov had a mindset of, at a certain point, just being like, I'm happy with the draw. I'm happy with the draw. I'm going to tie breaks, buddy. So what we might see tomorrow, okay? What we might see tomorrow is Dubov offering a draw with white, like he did with Prague. Prague, like Sam, is totally booked up. So he's like, I can't get anything here. I just want to go to the tie breaks. That's what we could see. That's what we could see tomorrow. Okay. So bottom line is Sam was never better, but Dubov could have won. He could have had a very nice position. That's right. Okay. That was a good game, you guys. I felt like I learned something. Yeah, interesting stuff. I think from Sam's point of view, the big decision was back where we thought it was, which was Queen E6. And here, I think what we could say about Sam is he does move too fast, and this was his big moment. Very difficult. I ended up liking Knight C6 best here. The computer thinks it's only a little bit better for white. Computer likes this D4 move. I want to say, you guys, D4, it is not, and I don't think he even considered it. That's a weird move. Now, E5, bishop D5, there's reasons to not consider that because the bishop is just so strong. So to me, actually, from a human perspective, it would be Knight C6 or Knight F3. Let's just look at Knight C6 briefly. I just want to see. So it's saying bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. This is a nice position for me. Bruv, what do you mean? It talks about E5, Knight D5, Knight C2. Dude, I'm up a pound, buddy. Actually, I mentioned Queen C2, but this is similar, just Knight C2. Now we're up a pawn. Yeah, this would have been my decision. I would not have considered D4. That's some weird stuff. ED5, I wouldn't. I would prefer, even though the computer tells me now, even now, I know the computer likes ED5 and D4. I would still rather have this bad boy right here. Because I know it would be a pain for black. He's just got to sit. He's going to play. No, he's just going to sit. Okay. Whew. Interesting stuff. All right, I want to go back. We're going to wrap up this a little bit here. It looks like Svan is still playing. And here, since I turned the computer on, now you see an eval. I don't mind seeing it right here briefly. So it's saying Sindarov's a touch better. Okay, maybe. So then we had Arjun, Levon. Levon gets white. He could take Arjun out. That would be a big... Dude, Arjun, by the way, Keimer should be playing this thing, okay? Keimer should be playing this event. He is not. He is not. He's number 4 in the world, and he's not playing the candidates. Arjun is now, I think, below Keimer, number 5 or something. He belongs in the candidates. If he loses tomorrow, that dream is also over. At that point, we would have 3 randos for sure qualifying. In fact, of the people who are remaining, okay, we got people who potentially belong. We only have Wei Yi, who's like number 10 or 11 in the world, and we have Aragaisi. That's it. Everybody else is a chump. Now, that doesn't mean they're terrible chess players. It just means that they don't belong in that candidates tournament. So we already have one person in the candidates tournament who doesn't belong there, okay, with Blue Bound. And now we have at least one, probably 2, who aren't going to belong in that tournament. Keimer's done, dude. Keimer's done. He's done. This was the final chance. Okay. All right. So, my friends, let's raid somebody, and then I'm going to be out of here. We got... I'm going to send you on to some good commentary. It's in French, but this is the famous back row. I'm going to hit that. In summation, I want to say, if you want to join the dojo, you want to improve your chess, use code GOA to get 20% off your first month. And look for announcements coming in the dojo. We have a cool thing starting January 1st.